I'm getting hacked. What the hell? You guys playing? School's out today, yeah. That's not the camera. Where is it? There we go. Depends what you're replacing, right? Just take the amount of AP, sorry, the amount of accuracy and divide it by how much AP you gain. Or how much AP you gave up, right? So in the case of Hans, let's see. Let me open up the notes. I can't remember. I think it's like 84 accuracy, I think. Yeah, 84. So you have 84 accuracy you're getting, right? And you're giving up. You're going to be giving up approximately 17 AP, right? So you take your 84 divided by 17 equals 4.94. Oops. 1. That's a 1. I don't know what happened to my hand there. All right, so that's how much AP you're giving up, or how much accuracy you're gaining per AP you're giving up. Now, if you're talking an LCAR, right? An LCAR gives you 30 accuracy, but you're giving up 5 AP. So, or 8, right? So if you're giving up a 5 AP crystal, then it's obviously 6, right? Which means you're getting 6 accuracy per AP lost, which means it's better than a Dark Fang, for sure. But if you're giving up an 8 AP crystal, like 8 human damage or something, then you do 30 divided by 8, right? Which equals 3.75. That's bad. So In the TLDR, your accuracy crystal is worth more than these, but worth less than well, definitely these 10s, but also even less than these. So I don't even think you will need 2 Hans anymore. Honestly, I'm just gonna, like, I would run 2 sometimes, but I think if you feel like you need the accuracy, you do this. This is a lot of fucking accuracy. Why are you here so early, Ronan? There. Is that better? That make you feel better? Make you feel better? There you go. Okay. So, yeah. This, I used to run occasionally this, depending on who I was fighting. People were, like, there were some people running too, but I always never really felt great with this. I normally ran this, and I'll probably just run this even more, because this just gained more accuracy. I just gained 24 accuracy for free while running this setup. Yeah. A drawing pad for how the whiteboard comes out. It's hard to, like, write with a mouse. It would be nice to have a fucking pad. It's splendid. Sick. Ah, coffee's so good this morning. The thing is, the only reason why people got away with evasion is because everybody was running DR. It's not that evasion was good. There's a reason why 98, 97% of the players in every guild were running DR. The only reason why, like, the 3 people in each guild that were running evasion were having it work with moderate success is because nobody was building accuracy. There's a ton of people out there that weren't even running 1 accuracy crystal. And now, with, I mean, it's not like it's a big nerf on DR, but they lost a little bit of DR. Something's better than nothing. I personally think that they should have kept the AP value the same. So, not sheet AP, right? But, like, currently, these crystals, right? They're minus 25 sheet. That actually works out to about minus 40 non-sheet. So instead of being minus 60, they should have made them minus 40, because then the AP, the minus AP would have stayed almost identical to what it is now, and then reduce the DP proportionally, right? So since there's 1/3 off the DP, off the AP, they could take 1/3 off the DP, and that would bring the DR of these crystals down to 18 per crystal. That would have been a significant drop, and they still would have been somewhat useful in the same capacity that they're going to be for hybrids, which is barely, but it would have attacked the bigger problem, which is people running 6 of these. That's the big fucking problem. And they barely touched that. They tickled the surface of it. Because they're getting like an average of minus 5 DR per crystal with the way it's currently designed. So they kind of fucked it up, but I mean, still, technically, the amount of DR is going down, so. And anybody running any of those is just going to do no damage. If you're Giga geared, you could maybe get away with 1, but as soon as you equip 2, yeah, your damage is cooked. Body throwing meta has always been a thing, even when it's a one-shot meta, even when it isn't. When it comes to node wars, that's just how you win node wars. You run around each other. You don't ball fight. You win Node Wars by ball fighting by being extremely stronger than your opponent. But when you have like most of the guilds that are participating fighting each other, there isn't that big strength differential. And the main way to win is to run around each other and see who can do a better job at slowing down the other one's push while inting the other's base. Because as soon as you get that recov advantage and that respawn advantage, it starts to snowball. The thing is, Nekrik, it isn't. Because when those people are running a bunch of those crystals, it's actually the true damage of elixirs that is doing most of the carrying. It isn't their AP that is doing the majority of the damage. It's just the volume of hits with the true damage from consumables. That's doing most of the damage. And that doesn't get affected at all by this. So when you have a bunch of people that are full rock diving in, you're still going to die to them because you're getting hit by such a high volume of attacks. It blows my mind how people don't understand the value that the true damage on elixirs adds to the game. Or not the value, the impact the true damage on elixirs has. There was, way back in the day, I was grinding underwater and some guy came down there and got upset that I didn't leave my rotation and I killed him. He ended up popping a pure DP Blackstone plus 1000 DR. And Divios was like, yo, watch this, summon me down there. I summoned him down there, and this was back in the day when nobody ran elixirs, right? Only the smart people knew to run elixirs. If you run, he popped all of his true damage elixirs and proceeded to nearly one combo the guy with a pure DP Blackstone. Got him. He was a striker too. From 100% to 20, caught him again, and then killed him. That was the moment. Like, I always knew true damage was sick, but that was the moment where I was like, holy fuck. And yeah, it was obviously way more powerful back in the day because there was a higher volume of hits, but the true damage was also lessened. So it's not like they just reduced the number of hits. They also increased the amount of true damage. Now, it was technically a bit of a nerf, but the true damage is still super impactful. And how that applies to Node War is like, yeah, it's a lot more difficult for that true damage to be impactful on a 1v1 basis. It contributes a decent amount of damage if you do the math on it, right? The number of hits in your combo multiplied by the true damage. But when you have 20 fucking rock losers or 10 rock losers, that shit's adding up really fast. Right? You have 15 on back attacks, 15 on criticals. So that shit can add up pretty quick. 15 doesn't sound like much. But when you have a bunch of people hitting you and each ability's hitting you 4 or 5, maybe 6 times, depending on the class, that shit adds up real fast. So, yeah, I mean, their damage will go down a bit, but it's... The people who are running 1 and 2, they're definitely getting hit the hardest. They are definitely getting hit the hardest, because their damage is definitely going to go down significantly. Like, Strikers and Zerkers and basically any of these, like, DR classes that were running 1 or 2 of those crystals... and still being able to easily one-combo people, they're taking the biggest hit with these changes. Because they're going to have a little bit less DR, and they're going to have, they're dropping basically 40 AP. That's over a Z-buff worth of AP if they're running 2 of those crystals, right? Yeah. No, it's a good change. I just feel like it could have been done better. If they would have kept the AP at 40, made it 40 AP and minus... Because, like, once again, right, I'll pull it up so I can demonstrate the proportionality of what I'm suggesting. Where's my draw pad? Right? Right? Because right now, forgot to change my tool here. The hell? There we go. Right? So now they are minus 60 AP and minus 27 DR, right? So if you take 1/3 off that, right? So take off 20, that's 40, right? And then if you take off 1/3 off this, 9 times 3, right? So take off 9 is 18. I feel like if they would have did these values instead, it would have affected the hybrids just as much as it affects them now, but it would have targeted the primary issue of the people who are running 6 of them being completely unkillable. Yeah, they're going to take a little bit more damage with the little bit of DR that they are losing, but this would have hit those 6 DR stackers way harder. Because then they would have been losing effectively like 11 DR per crystal, right? 12 DR per crystal. And yeah, multiply that by 6 crystals. Fuck, man, that's a lot of DR to lose now. They're still fucking tanky with 6 of those. But now they're not completely unkillable. If I would have saw that, I would have been ecstatic. And like I said, I don't think the accuracy in the DR needed to be changed. Sorry, accuracy and evasion needed to be changed. The main reason some classes were getting away with it was because nobody was running accuracy. And by nerfing DR, you would have simultaneously nerfed evasion because people would have been like, oh, now I can actually put 2 of these crystals in my build, right? So yeah, evasion will be stronger against anybody who's running no accuracy crystals, but as soon as anybody puts on 1 accuracy crystal, the evasion's cooked. Because in order to deal with 1 accuracy crystal, you're going to have to equip how many evasion crystals? Like, what the fuck? I mean, one to one cancel each other out in terms of evasion to accuracy, but one gives up 10 AP and the other gives up 60 AP. Like, what? Maybe that's the thing they need to do, is reduce the AP loss on the evasion ones. But that just seems silly. Because you don't want to create an opposite environment where people are just running 6 evasion crystals. I don't know. I feel like they should have just kept the accuracy and evasion the same and hit the DR crystals. The thing is anything like that, Necrit, people who build for damage blow each other up really fast already. We don't need to make that even worse. Like, if you do anything to buff the damage side of things, you make anybody who isn't running that build feel even more miserable, right? Because the thing is about that system is that also helps them. That means if they catch somebody, they might be able to start killing them because they got more down attack damage. I think the DR specifically on those crystals was the problem. And yeah, like I said, I think it averages out. It obviously varies depending on the DP brackets that you're moving through. Like the crystal number 1, somebody will probably do like a sheet showing like the first crystal will be 6 DR loss. The second crystal will be 7 DR loss. The third crystal will be 4 DR loss. Because depending on how you move through the brackets, each crystal is going to have slightly varying results comparatively to now. Should probably combine these. They're going to disappear in 9 hours. But I feel like they've now created an environment where it's going to be all or nothing. Basically, they just killed the hybrid side of it. I don't know. I don't know how every class is going to adjust to it, but it just seems like the trade-off is so bad now at the hybrid level that it's either you run them or you don't. And all of the classes that needed to run 1 or 2 are now forced into running 6. Otherwise, they're just going to instantly die. Like, there's lots of bruiser classes that need to have a little bit of tankiness in order to get into the fight. And they would maybe run 1 or 2 in order to get in, but they could still do a little bit of damage, right? And now, they're not only going to be less tanky, they're losing a massive amount of damage if they're running 2 of those. And it's not going to be worth it. And if they go full blast, they're going to get fucking annihilated because they're primarily SA, right? They're going to go dive in the ball and die before they even get into some fucking range class or some iframe class. So now it's going to force more people who are running hybrid to just go full commit to 6 of them. What can I? Oh, I was looking at the XP. Oh shit, I need more of that. I think that's what I use, right? But yeah. Once again, I mean, an improvement is an improvement. I'm very happy they improved it. I'm gonna run full evasion, suck wizard or ranger. Yeah. What is up with my helmet? Wait, did I combine the right one? What are loot scroll effects, these? Star's End is awesome. And a gunpowder box. HP recovery, huge. Fruit container. That doesn't look like a fruit container. Yeah, New Star's End is awesome. I really enjoy it. It's a spot where I don't feel like I'm falling asleep at it. Let's see. How's Sailor collecting? Ooh, I think I have like 5 now. I need to check those too. I need... Huh? Okay, I'm over this already. What is this, guys? What is this? Who lost his precious? Not even a goblin. Sage Awakening's good everywhere. It's one of the most consistent grinders in the game. It's not S tier, but it's like you can't go wrong with grinding it anywhere. Okay, I'm over this. I thought I'd give it a try for a minute. Fuck do that shit. Okay, let's check our sailors. Yeah. I mean, once the fragments start sitting, you could probably start getting 5, right? Are they not sitting yet? Well, I guess not if you're leaving orders. Okay, let's see. No, no goblin there. To me, APM doesn't matter. APM only matters when you are first learning a class. But once you get the muscle memory, you just don't even think about it anymore. Ooh, another one. Let's go. I'll have to check my boat and see what I'm at. Actually, I should just check my characters because I bought 10 of those seals on each. So however many I'm missing between the two is how many goblins I have. Let's see, we're missing 6 here. Holy shit, so I have at least 6. Yeah. It annoys the hell out of me that you can't renew your buffs inside either. Who cares if somebody does a boss with a pure Blackstone 1 week? I don't think anybody in the game cares. If you want to use a pure Blackstone and waste it on that shit, who fucking cares? But like that system is set up in there. I swear they're purposely just trying to make it annoying. Remove Ronin. Huh. So it looks like I just only need 2 more goblins. You guys said I needed 10, right? I almost went 10. You guys said I needed 10, right? One more channel, or 2 more channels, I guess, to check. I'd rather someone pop a stone than team with 6 lawns. True. I personally don't care. I don't care if somebody pops stones during the Adania fights. Honestly, next week you might need it. Just wait till those 6 lawns are running 3 or 4 evasion crystals, or you have 3 of the lawns running 3 DR crystals, and then the other 3 running 3 DR AP crystals or evasion crystals. Holy fuck, I can't talk. You got Shining? Nice. I wouldn't even bother timing them out. Honestly, that shit just isn't what it used to be. Getting a deck weapon is more impactful than that. Getting a deck weapon is more... Getting a Nov... It's about the equivalent of hitting a Nov now. Obviously a lower chance, but in terms of the input cost, it's like hitting a Nov. It's not a big deal getting a Shining. Okay, let's check my boat. Better to get it now than in a year? Eh, but it's whatever. That's why it deserves a congrats. You could say the same thing about a Nov weapon, right? For some people, it might take them a year to get the Nov weapon. It's just kind of whatever. It went from being the most prestigious item in the game to the equivalent of a Nov. Basically a time-gated Nov, that's what it is. Okay, manage sailors. Ooh, I got 4 waiting. So let's see, auto-assign. Oh, boom! Wait, didn't somebody say I needed 10? Or you probably want some in your cabin, right? So what is Splendid, a pen? I don't know, let's take a look. I'm not going to make the same joke. Let's see. Your average cost of making a... Oops. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Or maybe I didn't. Splendid is approximately 130 billion silver, 132 billion silver. So in terms of sovereign weapon, that is the equivalent of hitting... Actually, more like a hex. It's about a hex. Splendid is a hex weapon. Splendid is a time-gated hex weapon. Shining is a time-gated Nov weapon. Okay, so why do I need 3 more? And this first mate slot, you guys, this is for, like, a specific sailor, right? Don't I have to go to, like, Crocs or something? Oh, crew status. Ah, so each of these are taking up 10, so I can actually get 4 more. So I need 3 more for my cabin, and then I need the first mate, right? Is the first mate better than a goblin, or can I not use the goblin? Yeah, that's the best thing to do right now. Sell it. If I hit one tomorrow, I would immediately list it on the market at min price, and I would let that shit ride, hoping it sells. And then once it hit about 2.5 or 2 trill, I would take it down because at that point, once you subtract the tax and the cost of making it, you're really only talking like maybe half a trillion over average at that point, and I would rather keep it at that point. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like 2.5. If it got 2, I would still be kind of tempted, but 2 is also the point where I'd be tempted to buy it. So like if it gets to the point where I'm tempted to sell it is the same where I would be tempted to buy it if I didn't have it, then it doesn't make sense to sell it. Cuz once you sell it at 2, you lose the tax, right? Think about all the shock relays you could do. Yeah. All the gaps. I wish, Calb, that they took away Impaling Flash knockback and gave us a forward guard on shock relay. Holy. That'd be so sick. Because then we would be perma protected. Forward guard, though, so it's ethical. Okay, so back to the quest. Maybe we'll just quickly knock out this quest. Because we love questing. Do you know what the name of this quest is? Is it something like this? Okay, I don't see the quest here, though. Am I blind? Complete the Great Expedition in Search of Khan. Probably not a reoccurring quest. That's probably why it's not here. Oh, here we go. I don't see the search for Khan in any of those. I'm looking for the search for Khan. That's what it said, right? In search, not the search. I guess I could use the search feature. Oh, shit. Wait. In search of Khan. Does that maybe bring up this one? I don't see that in the rewards there. Yeah. It might seem like a long quest chain, though. Like, you know how it is in BDO, right? Some of these things you might be just spamming and get through like 5 steps at each NPC, just yapping to them. Following the stories you heard at Okila's Eye until you obtain Khan's Heart. I already got a Khan's Heart, though. So, like, this might auto-complete. I already did the quest. The guild quest, if that's what it's referring to. Should we do it, chat? What are you trying to get? One of the head sailors. Actually, can you confirm that I get a head sailor from that? Because I don't see it in the rewards there, Eat a Peach. Or a first mate, I mean. I did check out that link, yes. See, it says first mates. A total of 3 NPCs are prepared to board your ship as first mate. Once a first mate comes aboard your ship, blah, 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 blah. It just tells you, but I don't see it telling you, okay, how to hire. You can hire each of these 3 by following the... Oh, okay, here we go. Complete the Great Expedition and search a con. Oh, that's for the giant one. Improves your breezy sail duration. Okay. Then the next one is Parlay. And then the last one is Ship Auto Repair. So I feel like I'm not really interested in doing the bartering one so much right now. Saltwater Crocs. So you got to kill saltwater crocs for the last one. I feel like the auto repair would probably be better, right? But you have to sit there. If I'm not mistaken, did I say saltwater? I think I said meant freshwater. No, saltwater crocs. Wait. Sea monster habitat, saltwater. Crocodile according to a set probability. I thought it was like around here. I could have swore I saw people shooting crocs around here to try to get that. I mean, it's east of Land of the Morning Light? Really? So, like, out here? Yeah. My ship is insane, though. I probably don't need to be a part of a party of 2. I know, I kind of want the speed, though. The duration of breezy sail sounds kind of sick. But auto repair also sounds sick. Being able to repair, because that means auto repair. Is that auto repair while your ship is parked and you're not on it, like when you get off your horse? Or is that auto repair like your ship will be repairing as you're sailing? While you're moving? See, that sounds sick. Not having to stop the repair sounds sick. So, is it just a chance? Like it's just a rare drop while you're out there? Very rare. Maybe we space it out. Maybe I do like an hour of Marnie, Star's End, then an hour of saltwater crocking. It's like grinding for a treasure item. So that's definitely the one I want to go for then. How much money do you make while you're doing it? Couple $100 million an hour? Oh my goodness. I'll show you guys how this sailoring shit is done. Man, that means I gotta drive my boat all the way out there right now too, eh? There's no way to fast travel that shit. I guess I could transport my boat, maybe? Is there sailing lightstones? What would it be? Oh, here we go. Okay, what about artifacts? Let's check artifacts first. Sailing XP, sailing mastery. I probably don't need mastery, because I'm already... What's my sailing mastery at? I mean, I'm only professional 10, and I'm 2650. So, like, I got full deck. As this shit levels up, I'm going to be 3000 mastery in no time. So I feel like I should go with sailing XP. Yeah, but I'm going to be 3000 mastery in no time. And there's no benefit after 3000, is there? I'm pretty sure 3000 is the limit. So I'm not thinking so much so in the short term. I feel like this is going to level up pretty quickly. I mean, it's not like it's... How do you even get those anyways? How do you get sailing mastery? Sea monster hunting, okay. And then... So they just drop off the sea monsters while you're killing them? That's perfect. That means I'll get them while I'm out there. So what lightstones do I need then? There are only like 30 guru sailors out there? Yeah, but I don't need to be guru to get mastery from the sailing stat. I'm only professional, right? And I'm gonna get mastery from the set. So what is Mermaid's Wish? I see Ocean's Embrace, Mermaid's Wish +3. I feel like I want Mermaid's Wish. That is sailing XP, bartering, and the most mastery. I feel like that's a no-brainer. I want that, regardless of what Mermaid's Wish is. So you need blue. Of course. Let's see. I need Uncharted, Haggler, and blue. Actually, I should check my thing. I might have some of those. Nope, I don't have any of them. Okay, there's a Haggler. There's Uncharted. And blue. Oh, these are all so cheap. Okay. And I already have an iridescent. Okay. Also, I got one more question. Oh shit, is my boat... My boat's only out on that other character, is it? Fuck. Okay. Need to swap characters and dock my boat. It reduces seeing ghost ships. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, do I want to see ghost ships so I can quickly kill them for XP, or are they something that's just super annoying and less is better? Okay, check my filthy Orion. They stop your auto travel? Oh, okay. They suck because they knock you off the wheel. Well, I guess if they knock you off the wheel, that would stop your auto travel, right? You guys might have said the same thing, but just differently. Okay, so another thing. What is this slot? Like the fishing rod slot and the sea crystal slot. Where do I get a sea crystal from? What is that? And can I just put any fishing rod in there? rod is a quest. Crystal is a long grind. Can you buy the crystal? I could have swore I saw a crystal get listed at one point. It's tough because there's so many crystals in the game. But yeah, I don't see anything like that. I could have swore I saw something crystal-wise one time. Or maybe it was just somebody getting it. The knoll goes in the crystal slot. Ah, gotcha. Okay, but what else? Like, there's got to be something other than the knoll that also goes in that slot. Talk to Creo for the fishing rod? Okay. Fish to trader. Leap fishing, leap beginner. It can't be this. I'm getting over this real fast. I'm getting over this real fast. Oh well. We're gonna go grind. I'm over it. It is third party. Yeah. I'm personally not a fan of it. See me in Blue Battlefield? Well, I'm still missing one of the plus 10 pieces of horse gear. If you want to track your loot, I recommend just using like the Marnie realm. And then put a post on the Black Desert forums for them to make it available everywhere. I feel like if they get enough people asking for that, they'll just end up doing that. But the Marnie's Realm one has 100% accuracy. Does it break terms of service? It does not, no. But why would you want bloatware on your PC? That's how I see it. It's just completely unnecessary. You have all the functionality in game to accomplish what it accomplishes, but with 100% accuracy. You could even dedicate a storage to your trash, right? You could just find like a storage that's empty and just always dump your trash into that. You could very easily keep track. And then you also have 100% accuracy on the value too, right? We need a... Oh, we're on a drop channel. I guess we could just go check here. How's this horse leveling up? Oh yeah, this horse hasn't leveled up in a while because I haven't hit the level up button. Yo, that's kind of sick. Wait, is that the meta? Just save a bunch of XP when your horse is low on stamina, just hit the button. Instant back to full stam. Did I enhance those? No, I just bought them. I don't have shit to do with my silver anyways, and there's no point using my crons. The only thing I do with silver is buy crons, so it doesn't make sense to use my crons to save silver when all I'm gonna do with the silver is buy crons. It's redundant, right? So I just bought them. I just left min price orders up. And eventually got them all. Didn't take long, actually. I didn't realize how much deck pre-on sells. You need to try really hard today so you don't get stuck there for 4 hours? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's get that shit done in 30 minutes. How about that? I should have slept in. I should have made sure I got a good night's rest. Am I missing the horse? Oh no, it's there. I personally don't have an issue with the BMC market. Well, I mean, for obvious reasons. But there's tons of places you can grind for BMCs. The main reason why there was a BMC shortage is because of Adania. Not only did nobody have... Like, everything you made in Adania required BMCs, and you weren't grinding any BMCs. Now, like, we're seeing the correction come back, right? We have now Star's End, which gives BMCs, and it's not using BMCs, and or at least not as much. Maybe the Corrupted does. I can't remember. But also, like, Underwater is going to be coming back. More people are going to be grinding there. They're going to be getting BMCs, probably not needing them very much. The corrections are happening. You don't want BMCs to just go back to min price. I would rather them stay sold out at max price than min price and impossible to sell. Because min price impossible to sell means now it is hurting it's hurting you more than it's helping you, because over the long term that's so much silver that you could be making that now you're not. That's not evil. That's looking for your best interests in the long term. You guys are short-term thinkers. You're like, oh, this sucks now because I don't have my BMCs in this moment. What I'm saying is, you make more money in the long run if BMCs hold value. That doesn't make me evil. That makes me smart. But you don't have to grind DSR. I mean, DSR is not even that bad. If you're geared enough... Take your argument, for example. You're saying you're losing a ton of silver if you're grinding DSR. You don't have to grind DSR. If you have the gear where you could be grinding somewhere better, come to Star's End. Sure, you don't get them as fast, but you'll still get them. You'll make your money, and you'll get your BMCs. If you don't have the gear to grind these spots, then you're not losing money anyways, because you're grinding exactly where you're supposed to be. That's a self-defeating argument you just typed. Pull out the abacus? Oh, I'll pull out the abacus. If you're 385 AP, I mean, if you can grind Star's End, here, let me pull it up. Right? Global grind. If you can't grind Star's End, you can't grind Zephyros. That means both of those places are off the table, which means you're stuck with Tenebrom or Orbita. And at that point, let's see if Darkseekers is even properly valued. It's honestly not that far behind them. It's a little bit behind Tenebrom, but barely behind Orbita. There's a lot of people... I question these... Well, I mean, you could question the numbers of both. Also, leave orders up. I was buying magical shards like crazy You leave orders up on these. These are what sell. I was having those fill multiple times a day, 50 at a time. Here, I'll do this. Let's see. Let's see if one fills by the end of stream, 50 of them. I was ordering them up until Star's End came out because I was grinding Orbita and Zephyros, and there was no way to get BMCs. So the only way to get BMCs was orders, and I was able to keep up with my BMC demand by just leaving orders up. Okay, I got the wrong build set. Probably doesn't help that Gluttony also requires BMCs. That probably added a temporary initial demand that will go away, right? Once people get their 2 Gluttonies. I feel like I'm missing something, but I can't remember what. Trust me, you want those things to retain their value. BMCs are one of those markets that they'll either always be maxed or they'll always be min price. There will never be an in-between because there's just the volume of those items that go through the market that if all of a sudden the supply is higher than the demand, it just immediately flops on its head. And now you're losing way more money on your grind hours. But sure, you had them available and maybe you saved yourself some initial money on the crystals and stuff you want to make. But in the long term, you lose way more money. I don't even think you can put up an order for that many. What are they called? Black Magic? Crystals? Yeah. Yeah, you can only put up 1,000. Oh, no, you said I thought you said 10,000 for a second. Yeah, you don't do this. These will never go through. Never, ever, 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 ever. Never, ever, ever. Don't even bother trying to buy them like this. I mean, you could try. Maybe some idiots will sell them like this, but there's no reason to ever sell these because they are so easy to melt down and you will get additional procs into these. These are what sell. Yeah, exactly what Stickinator just said. Much better than the way I said it. Yeah. Well, the pre-orders on Black Magic Crystals is crazy because you can put up 1,000 at a time, where Magical Shards is only 50 at a time, right? But like I said, you can melt down your own magic. If you're planning on selling those, you're way better off melting them down and selling them because you'll get much more money because you get additional procs, right? Also, you grinding them up at max price saves you money. Because now you can value those items to your grind at full price and not taxed price. Because if you buy them all right now and do everything you need, that means every BMC you get after the fact, now you're just selling and you're getting taxed on. Where anything you grind up and you use, you can value it at full value. So there's also that contributing factor as well as why you want things to be higher priced. It makes your grind just more valuable. I do not want BMCs to go back to min price because I know that market. It's always been one or the other. It's either feast or famine with markets like that. What do you even need the BMCs for? If you're geared enough to grind Tenebrom, like the only thing you're probably working on is maybe the new Gluttony Crystal or amplifying some of your Lightstones. At that point, the benefit is minimal. It's not like all of a sudden you're going to get one Lightstone and now you're God. You're grinding twice as fast. One thing that's also important to understand is if you're earlier in your progression, Darkseekers has a lot more value than it's like if you go to Darkseekers and remove the market tax from the origins, because like if you're concerned with your BMCs, then you probably need stacks, so you shouldn't be selling origins, which means you can now value them at full price, and that will definitely bump up your money per hour there. Let's see. Let me subtract the tax from them. Yeah, that bumps the spot by... I can't remember what it was before, but it bumps it by a couple hundred mil. Yeah, 300 isn't much. These are better than Tungrad runes right now? I don't know. They're about the same. Probably depends on your class. I know some classes are still quite good at Tungrad. Let's see, and if you're keeping the BMCs too, let's see, let's go back to, where is it? Darkseekers. If you're keeping the BMCs, you're also not getting taxed on those. Shit. Click the wrong button. I want to die to mobs while I'm doing this. Yeah, there's another 100 mil. So let's see. That puts Darkseekers very, very close to Orbita. Within 10% of Orbita and about 20% off Tenebrom. Yeah, that too. Like I said too, Zethiann, Star's End just came out and people needed more BMCs, but this also, like, the supply of BMCs dramatically went up because you had a ton of people who were grinding spots that didn't need BMCs and in fact consumed BMCs, right? Anybody who was grinding Zephyros that knew that was smart with their money, they were using the crystallized energy of end times and they were buying BMCs. So not only were they not a supply, they were a demand. And they were using those BMCs to make amplified Lightstones, right? Now it's completely swung in the other direction. They're temporarily a demand until they get their gluttonies, and then they're just a supply. The new glows also required? Yeah, that's extremely minimal. I'm pretty sure it is. Let me take a look at the pig. Fuck. What is it? 200? Yeah, like most people can't afford those pigments, right? That's a higher end thing. The demand that contributes is really small. Yeah, but that's temporary. That's my point that I'm making, right? Is it's temporary demand, and then it goes away. And then they're just a supplier. With Zephyros, there was a 0 chance of them being a supplier because BMCs didn't drop there. They were just only a demand. And a permanent demand, because the best way to get value out of your crystallized energy event times was to make and sell amplifieds, right? So the pendulum swings completely the other direction. Everybody who was grinding that shit went from being only a demand to now being a temporary demand, but a permanent supply or an eventual supply. I have not got the rare boss yet. And yeah, once they add underwater, that's going to be even more so. What about... I don't remember. What about Gyphon and Miramok? Do those drop BMCs? They do not? Okay. So yeah, they're not contributing anything. Although I don't know how many people are grinding those spots. I mean, I guess a fair amount. Like, if you watch Neptunes, he runs around ganking those guys, grinding out at those spots, and... I mean, he finds people fairly often. So I guess there are people doing it. I think one of the biggest things they could do to help the market... And like I said, once again, even this could possibly oversaturate the market with magical shards. But... you know, if you want these tiers to retain value, you could always make it so you can melt one of these into 100 BMCs, right? Or magical shards. But I feel like that alone, like, that would be great at face value, because you're like, oh, finally, my tiers have value. And then I feel like the market would crash, and then magical shards would be min price, and now your tiers don't have value again, because the magical shards don't have value. I bet you if you can melt down all the tiers into 100 magical shards, overnight, there'd be like 1 million magical shards on the market. I bet there's like so many of you guys who've been doing your weekly bosses every week, and those things are just piling up in your storage. Yeah, let's see. 88,000, right? So that's 880 of those crystals. I would already be able to get rid of 10% of the orders. One thing to understand, though, is there would be a lot more orders if you could put more than an order up of 50, right? Most people who are ordering 50 need more than 50. Literally tens of thousands of tiers on the market. Oh yeah, I didn't even think of looking at that. I was just looking at what I individually have. I know. I had so many of them too. And I wish I didn't convert so many of them into the boss magics. Because then I realized, I was like, do I really want to go run around doing quests with new characters to hand these things in? I know it's super easy comparatively to before, but then I got to sit there enhancing the shit. I was like, I don't want to do any of that. I wish I could just sell these things. These concentrated boss auras. Yeah. Thing is 800 BMCs just really isn't that much. I feel like it feels like a lot when you're standing there at the bottom looking up at the pile you need. But I feel like you would just rapidly chip away at it. And then before you know it, you're not going to need them. And you'll be happy that they're max price and you're able to sell them at max and you're making more money from your grinds. I guess if you are stuck at a spot like Adania, it's difficult to understand that value when you're not getting any BMCs from your grind. Because you're not able to chip away at it and you're not making any profit off of it. A new player needs 700,000 BMCs and they grind max 60 an hour. Yeah, but they don't need 7,000 immediately though, right? Implying like straight out of the gate they need 7,000 BMCs right off rip is kind of obnoxious. It's just something that over time, right? If they're smart and they're not selling their BMCs, you know, as they get through.
Sometimes you gotta bite the pill.
What the hell? Like a lot of new player grinding, they're getting a ton of BMCs. It's really just I think the weirdest spot is when you're in that Adania transition. When you're geared enough to do Adania, you no longer get any BMCs. So if you weren't smart enough to save your BMCs as you were progressing to that point, then it can feel kind of miserable. Well, that's the thing is now they do a Newfie, right? With Star's End, and Underwater I'm sure will drop them as well. You got to remember, all the high-end grinders for the last 7 months were not contributing any supply to the BMC market. They were only demand. So, and now, like almost all the high-end grinders, probably, I don't know, how Star's End compared to Zephyros? I think it might still be a little bit behind it. But the gap is closing as I wish Garmoth would have reset the Star's End numbers. But yeah, tons more people are grinding Star's End now. So now they went from being a net demand to a net supply. Do I sell my magical shards? I do, yeah. I wait till I get them in bigger chunks, though. I can't be bothered to sell them every day for, like, you know, 600 mil here. I like to wait until there's a big pile and then dump them. While things are at max price, I like to sell them. If they were sitting at min price, then I never sell them. Because this market is always one of those things where it's always feast or famine. If they're min price, you should never bother trying to sell them. Not that it's easy to sell them, but you really shouldn't even be bothering. Just let them pile up. Because then when the day comes around and the pendulum swings in the other direction, you're up huge. I sold, I think, about 20,000 magical shards. When they first hit 6 mil. I had a fuckload of them. Because I grinded so much Dark Seekers, and they just piled and piled and piled and piled and piled. And I think Pearl Abyss learned from that, right? If you take a look at it, almost everybody was grinding. Why can't I remember the name of that region? Ulikita. Everybody was grinding Ulikita and getting a fuckload of BMCs. The BMC market crashed. Everything was sitting min price. Then they overcorrected in Adania, made it drop no BMCs. It wiped out the supply. The prices soared. Now it looks like with Star's End, they might have, maybe it's a coincidence, maybe I'm giving them too much credit, maybe they learned their lesson and they said, okay, we're going to make BMCs drop here, but we're not going to make it as crazy as Ulikita. Because we don't want them to crash to min price. 2 young Jin Dons to feed. Gotta get that accuracy or that AP back. Right now, I think I have some max. Yeah, I have 2 max. I don't understand why people subject themselves to ads. I don't expect you to sub, but it blows my mind. If anybody watches Twitch even half as much as I do not understand why people don't just get turbo. I could not subject myself to having to deal with ads all the time. At this point, I have no sympathy for people who have to watch ads that constantly get interrupted with ads. I could not subject myself to that. Turbo just gives so much value. I spend more time watching Twitch and YouTube than anything else. I feel like I get so much value out of having subs for both. Yeah, I do earn money from Kick. I'm partnered on Kick. Speaking of which, I actually forgot to have my multi-chat open. My multi-chat's been... Every time I try to get a new multi-chat, it has its own issues, and it's pissing me off. This multi-chat, every now and then, it stops auto-scrolling with messages, and I gotta go and click it. It annoys the fuck out of me. But yeah, I'm on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Kick is monetized. YouTube, I'm almost there. I need a bit more subs on YouTube. But yeah, technically it's against the terms of service to be driving people from Twitch to Kick, so that's why I don't do that. But I can let people know that it's an option. Yo, Heineken, yeah. And that's the thing too, right? You could even use a VPN to do that. Just whenever you go on Twitch, change your VPN to a region that doesn't get ads. Boom. Although, don't do that. Because then I make no money. I think if you like all your favorite content creators, I think Turbo is the best value for you, because I completely can understand not subbing to every channel you watch. That shit adds up fast. But 1 Turbo, all of a sudden you get the rewind function on all channels that at least have their VODs available. You have no ads on any channels, and you get to support your favorite content creators, allowing them to do what you enjoy watching them do. I think it's just a win-win-win, right? That's why whenever people talk about ads, I don't... As much as I would love them to sub to me, I obviously get more if you guys sub to me versus a Turbo. But I just understand there's so much more value in the Turbo. I know you're not just watching me if you're on Twitch. You're probably watching like at least half a dozen BDO streamers. What if you're hate watching? Shit. Now I just told you the trick. I need some more grilled bird meat. I thought I bought some. I must have forgot to put it in the storage. Yes, I did. Rewind is a feature? It is, yeah. If you have Turbo or a sub to a channel, you can rewind on Twitch. I believe Kick and YouTube just have it built in. It's kind of annoying that Twitch gatekeeps that shit behind a turbo or a sub. I understand if you're like if you're leading in the market, right, and you're the only platform that has that feature, then you could do that. But it's kind of silly for them to try to charge for that when other people just have it built in for free. It would also make my life a lot easier if everybody had that functionality. I'm assuming it has something to do with ad delivery, right? I think the purpose, the main reason why they have it is because they want ads to be inconvenient to you. So this way you're more likely to purchase a sub or turbo. Where if you could rewind, people wouldn't care as much because they'd be like, oh, fuck a commercial, whatever. I'll just rewind as soon as the commercial's over, right? And it's not as much of an inconvenience. I also genuinely believe, because like when I go in incognito and if I'm watching in people's streams, or I guess incognito, I'm not logged in. If I'm not logged in and I'm watching in no, I guess I can't even type in their stream. I just remember before I had turbo, I swear to God, it felt whenever I hit that enter key on a message, an ad would pop. I swear to God, that shit triggers ads. And I'm sure you guys feel the same way. It's not like you're in the middle, like you ask the streamer a message, and he's halfway through responding, and the ad pops up, and it's just a coincidence. I swear to God, it felt the second you pressed enter, the second you interacted with the platform, the ad pops up. The amount of times, the fucking second you press enter that ad starts is way too fucking slim of a chance for that to be happening that often. Yo, Big Justin! How do I know you're rating me right now? Because I was lurking, baby! Yo, congrats on the pigment, man. I saw you had a full drop. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the raid tremendously. Any of you guys who don't know Justin, another Awakened Sage. If you're looking for a Sage to watch while I'm not on, he's your man. If you're looking for an Awakened Sage. If you're looking for a Suck Sage, then there's a Grim Kill. But, yeah, if you're looking for somebody in those late hours, Justin will keep you nice and warm. How you liking Star's End? If you're like me, you probably love it. I love this spot. I like having movement. I like Star's End back in the day, too. Grimkill's playing Musa now? Oh, that's right. That bitch. That bitch. How could he do this to us? Never mind. Scratch the Grimkill thing. He's a betrayer. What do you think of the blue crystal changes? I think that something's better than nothing, but I feel like it's still too much DR when people are running 6 of them. I feel like it kills hybrid builds, and it makes those bruisers that rely on 1 or 2, they get fucked the hardest. No doubt, because they're a little bit squishier, but they're going to be doing, a significantly less damage. What I feel like they should have done is, instead of bumping the AP loss on the crystals, kept it relatively the same at -40. Because right now it's -25 sheet. Once you factor in brackets, it's like -38 AP or something like that. If they would have set it at -40, and instead of +27 DR, they reduced it proportionally to -18 DR, then it would have still hit the hybrid builds if that was their goal, but it would have hit the 6 stackers way harder. Because then the people who are stacking 6 of those crystals would be losing like 12 DR per crystal instead of just like 5. I think what this change is going to do now is any class that felt like it was necessary to run 1 or 2 of them if they wanted to be a bruiser is now forced to run 6. It's going to be either full glass, full DR. They basically killed what was in between. And yeah, technically the people who are running 6 will be a bit squishier, but I think on average you lose like 5 DR per crystal. If I run 6 crystals, how will I do damage? That's the thing though. If you run 6 crystals before or after, the AP loss doesn't matter because your AP was so low, it was just the true damage from your harmony that was doing damage anyways. And that is going to be completely unchanged. The people running 6 crystals will do the exact same amount of damage they were doing before. Yeah. Classes that ran 1 or 2 of the crystals get hit the hardest. Any class that's super armor heavy and has to be in melee range, they are the ones getting hit the hardest by this change. They're now forced to either go all in on DR or just stop playing. Because a full blast warrior, a full blast berserker, full blast any of these SA heavy classes, except for the gauntlets, get absolutely eviscerated. But yeah, it's better than nothing. I mean, I just wish that they did more. And the nerf to evasion was... The funny thing is they could have nerfed just the DR and it would have simultaneously been a nerf to evasion. Because right now, because like 95% of the game is running DR, that means people don't want to put accuracy on. Why put on an accuracy crystal or 2? Why put on... I mean, most people would run 1 accuracy crystal, but why would you put on 2 or 3 accuracy crystals to deal with maybe the 3 out of 100 evasion people? Because you're effectively making yourself weaker against 97 players just to be stronger against 3. So those evasion people got away with running evasion because nobody was running accuracy. So if you just nerf the DR, that's also a nerf to accuracy because people will be more willing to run accuracy. Well, nerf to evasion, buff to accuracy, same thing, right? They go hand in hand. But yeah, I effectively mean the same thing. Right, that's the whole point of buffing evasion, or buffing accuracy is to nerf evasion. I might have slipped up with my words. Maybe I accidentally said accuracy twice. I meant to say evasion when I said nerf to evasion. But yeah, I mean, anything's an improvement. It's definitely an improvement. It's just not as much of an improvement as it could have been. And I don't think it targeted the bigger problem. The people who are running bruiser builds were obviously a little bit of an issue, but I don't think they were as big of an issue as the 30 losers who are running 6 crystals. That was the bigger problem that we wanted addressed in this. This was a glancing blow at that.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh, Duperel, thank you very much for the sub. Yeah. Yeah. I think they just, once again, just show that they don't understand our concerns, right? They just don't understand what we really mean when we're talking about a problem. Maybe we're bad at communicating it. Maybe they're bad at the middleman's bad at translating it. Maybe they're just bad at interpreting it. But there's definitely a breakdown in communication. It was like back in the day, Divios reminded me of an example where we all scratched our heads back in the day when people were complaining about SA blocks. And then they ended up nerfing S blocks. And SA blocks were about the same. Or people complaining about range grabs. And they primarily just nerfed melee grabs. Range grabs, I mean, technically are a little bit nerfed, but comparative to what melee grabs experienced, Like, there's so many examples of them, like, they acknowledge our problem, they try to address the problem, but they completely miss the problem and hit something else. It's fucking unbelievable how often that happens. The only thing that, like, I give them a little bit of lenience for is, like, this is a global game. They're having to deal with every single region, all these different languages communicating problems to them. And they can't do changes based on the feelings of just one region, right? And I feel like maybe the way the translations are coming out across all the regions is making it difficult for them to understand or identify what the real problem is. Because of the way the different languages communicate, right? Maybe that's what causes the issue? I don't know. KR is complaining about different things. I think there is a lot of things that each region complains about specifically. Like, from what I understand, most regions love the occupation node wars, right? Where I think NA specifically is the most against it. Maybe NA and EU. But apparently a lot of other regions love occupation. And I personally think occupation could be fantastic. I think it could be way better. I actually personally like occupation more than construction. Construction is just two guilds trying to run around each other and backdoor each other's bases. It was like that before occupation was added, and that's what it is now. It's either that or if you focus on just the ball fights, then yeah, it's stalemates every time, right? I feel like occupation has so much potential, but it's like Pearl Abyss pulled a hissy fit. And because we were like, no, this current system needs to be improved. We want the old one back until you improve it. They're like, pulled the temper tantrum and just refused to work on anything. They're like, fine, we'll let you pick between the two, but now we're not going to work on any of them. It's like, fuck off. God damn it. What are you, fucking children? I have not got the 3-bell item. I haven't managed to get a single one of the rare bosses. The rare boss is the one that apparently has a 100% chance to drop it. And I've dumped like 40, 50 hours into this. Blue Battlefield's getting more changes than Node Wars. I mean, it is new. I might be getting into Blue Battlefield. I've been working on my my boat. I got all my sailors. I need to start working on a head sailor, though. And in order to do that, I need to go out to hunt saltwater crocs, which is apparently the equivalent of hunting a treasure item. So, that's going to take some time. You need a knoll? That's going to take even more time. You need sea crystals? Yeah. Well, I already have 10 sailors. I didn't know your sailors could level up. They have been sitting in port on my boat. Yeah, Dragor just perked up in his chair. Got him all excited. So do sailors have like random stats when you level them up? So sometimes you can get really shitty sailors and you gotta fire them and start over? Yep. Oh, great. Well, I need one more piece of boat gear. And then I might start fucking around with it. I need to get this figurehead, which is movement, speed, acceleration, and damage reduction. This shit looks pretty good. I have plus 10 of the other 3 pieces. I have a Volante. I have 10 innocent goblins for speed. I have full deck Prion, deck sailing gear, the deck sailing logbook. Or, yeah, that's deck. I couldn't remember if that goes up to pen or deck. So, like, I'm primed and ready to be the best sailor you guys have ever seen. I just need to get that last piece of boat gear, and then maybe I'll start that shit. You know what I need to do? I wonder if there's a video guide on the other lead sailor. The one that takes that you do a quest to get. Because if there's a video on that, that might give me a general idea of how long that quest will take. Because I might actually want to do that before I go hunting saltwater crocs, because that extra speed might be pretty helpful. But why? Because there's fucking... everything's time-gated. I gotta find things to fucking work on. I can't work on the things that I want to work on, so now I gotta work on the things I don't want to work on. Because I want things to work on. Make that make sense. Do you freestyle? You typically use a priority system. Right? There's more than enough cooldowns in the Awakened Sage kit that you should never run out of things to do, so you basically just put priority on your highest DPS abilities. Why 100 hours? Should be like every 20 hours. 100 hours is insane. You do the math. Like, there's no doubt that I grind a lot, right? I grind approximately 30-something hours every fucking week. And if you do the math on since Adonia came out, if you could get, on average, 1 stone every 20 hours, how many stones I'd have? It works out to like an extra 60 stones. Now you work out the average success rate of enhancing. That means 2 of my armors, I would have 1 Oct armor and 1 Hex armor if I went average with those stones. So it's not like letting you get 1 extra stone every 20 hours would be a massive advantage. But it does make your grind feel more impactful, right? Way more impactful. And exciting. It makes you feel like you have a little bit of agency over your luck, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm having bad luck, so I guess I'll grind a little harder to try to mitigate the effects of the bad luck. I use XP Lightstones. It's not that there's a shortage. It's not that the BMCs are being used all of a sudden. BMCs have been being used for quite a while now. Between upgrading your life crystals, your Lightstones. You need them for your heralds. The reason why we weren't out of BMCs is because we had such a massive supply built up while everybody was grinding Ulakita. And then Adania came out and everybody needed a bunch, and now they weren't contributing any supply at all. So it took time for that supply to deplete. And now the supply is depleted, right? It's been depleted for quite a while. Now, I think Pearl Abyss learned their lesson with Ulakita. And they realized, okay, we can't make a spot give fucking 60 BMCs every hour or whatever, like Darkseekers and Tungrad gave. Because all that's going to mean is, like, supply is going to overwhelm demand, and they're just going to drop them in price, and now people aren't going to be able to sell these things. They're not going to be worth shit. So I think that's why when they added Star's End, they took a much more moderate approach and said, okay, we're going to make sure that this place drops it, right? Unlike Adania that didn't give any, but we're not going to make it as crazy as Ulakita. So hopefully there's a better middle ground to be found there, right? BMC is one of those markets, though, I think will always be either feast or famine. You gotta remember, just recently, all of the top-end grinders that were grinding like Zephyros and Tenebrom, a very large portion of them are now grinding
Star's End. So they went from being a net demand, because in order to get the most value out of your crystallized energy of end times, you needed to make amplified crystals and sell them, right? Which meant that they need to put orders up. Since they're not getting any BMCs in their grind, they needed to put orders up in order to use those crystals.
So now that all of those grinders not only moved out of Adania, now like a lot of them, most of them are probably grinding Star's End now. And now they went from being a net demand to a net supply, right? Because there's nothing, once you get your gluttonies here, you don't need the BMCs you're grinding anymore. So now they're going to start supplying the market instead of being a demand on the market. Do you think Pen Black Stars will go up in price? They'll never go back up to what they were, but there will be a bit of a rebound. I can't see them going over 30 bill ever, but I could see them maybe coming back to around that. But it's going to take a long time. What's up, Mage? How's it feel, Mojito? Sitting there in silence, not being able to type anything. Bitch, how's it feel? That's right. Doesn't feel good, does it? Oh, shit. Not fair? Hey. Who says life has to be fair? I think that's one of the best lessons parents need to teach their children. Stop filling their head with, oh, you're special and you can be anything you want to be. It just creates entitlement. I think it's important to teach your kids. Life isn't fair, and you better work hard. Can you link me something? I don't know if I want to sit here and read something, to be honest. Curious about my opinion of what? I say just grind was fun. I would like to grind the whole day, but I have to work, yeah. Nowhere fun to grind until underwater rework? Yeah, well, we'll see. There's no guarantee underwater is going to be fun. Yeah, I'm AFK right now. I'm actually sitting in my kitchen, cooking dinner. I'm just, AFK. I don't do gear checks. You're in the wrong stream if you're looking for a gear check. You could type !workshop. Byrog is a really good sheet that does a, you know, like a step-by-step of what your most efficient upgrades are. You could just find where you are on that sheet and work your way down. But I'm not here to sit and hold people's hands and tell them how to play their account. That's supposed to be your journey, not mine. You do ball checks too? No, prostates, though. Come here. Getting advice is part of the journey. Giving advice isn't. Not the part of the journey that I'm choosing to take on. You're gonna have to find somebody who is, that'll hold your hand and give you a little pat on the ass and send you on your way. I'm not that man. Airline checks? Still there. Running away, but still there. Huh. There's tons of life lesson videos out there. Honestly, you could spend all day watching them. And they all practically, you know, in one way or another say the same thing. See what this one says. Why do I have no audio? Yeah, that shit is so staged, though. Time to one-tap Shining, get a Monstrosity. I hope you somehow figure out how to downgrade that shit. I hope when you click it, it fucking evaporates into dust. You inhale the dust, and it turns into a kidney stone and fucking tears you apart on the way out. Sorry, that might have been a little too far. Huh. Hey Dragor, you still here? Did that steak survive the night? If it survived the first meal. Well, he had 2 steaks. He had 2 ribeyes that he bought, and he cooked one of them and ate it, and he was talking about how good it was and stuff. Then he was asking for suggestions on the second one, and I said, yeah, you're going to be thinking about that all night. Me too, Zach. Me too. How's Archer here? I bet Archer's pretty good. I need to get a pure AP Blackstone today. That's the goal. Yeah, I don't even bother running Croctooth myself. I know I could grind faster if I did, but I just run XP artifacts because I'm a loser and I want to keep pushing levels. I've never wanted, because of the fucking nonsense of this year, I've never wanted to hit 68 so fucking badly so I could stop hearing, 67, oh my god, 67, 67, fuck. Of all the fucking numbers, it has to be the number that I'm sitting on for who knows how long. Every stream, every goddamn stream. And you know what the worst part is? I gotta stay 60. I gotta stay 68 forever. Because as soon as I hit 69, then it's the same shit over again. You're 69. Funny number. Love to be nice, yeah. You know I secretly enjoy it? No. Just because I'm smiling every time you guys say something stupid doesn't mean I enjoy it. But I'm always smiling, that's right. I might seem like I'm always pissed, but I'm always happy. I have so much to be happy about. I get to sit here, I got a wife and kids, I own my house, we own a vehicle, we own a business. I get to sit here and chill and make money playing video games with all my favorite people online. Are you kidding me? What is there not to be happy about? I'm living the dream. You don't own a Shining? That's the thing, is I will. It's no longer an if, it's a when. How do you feel about Star's End 3-bill item? Well, it feels like old days. They should add this. I like how they put it behind a rare boss spawn, too. I think it makes grind spots a lot more interesting. I'm happy they didn't just make it a rare drop off of the mobs, that it's the rare boss that spawns and has a 100% chance to drop it. So that means when that rare boss spawns, you know you're getting paid, no matter what. You don't have a boss spawn, the rare boss spawn, and you're like, oh man, it didn't drop anything, that sucks. Guaranteed to get paid. I still have not got it, no. I probably put like 40, maybe even 50 hours into this spot now. Plus get to use your 200? What do you mean get to use your 200? Does it like fill your BSR when it spawns or something? Damn, that sounds kind of cool. I can't wait for it. Yeah, I feel like they did a good job with this spot. I really like it. Stuff like that makes the spot way more interesting. I can't wait to hit the boss with my 200% Divine Executioner and do 10% of its health. It's gonna be fantastic. Oh. Egress is not crucial. I hate this weird mentality people have. Pluribus adds something that makes it so your casual players get a little bit more value out of their first little bit of their grind. And now people are like, oh, it's not worth grinding without it. Like, I feel like it would have been better if they just never added it. People just get this weird entitlement like, oh shit, because I get this a little bit, I should have it all the time. It just creates this really weird mentality. Yeah, I hope they don't fuck up Sakurai. I suspect since there's no frenzies, right, and I can't really imagine them making a new harmony, I think they're just going to make it so corrupt oils of immortality probably drop the most at underwater. And then obviously there'll be Debo rings, right, because there's Tungrad rings, there'll be Debo rings, and who knows what else they'll do? I'd love it if they reworked Sacred Songs and added a new use for them. How many of those am I sitting on? A few. A few. They should let me convert each one of those into an Adonia fragment. Oh, could you imagine? Oh my god, that'd be 1 trillion silver right there. They wouldn't do that shit retroactively, though, because they're pieces of shit. I can't even remember what the drop rate is on those things. Where's Sakurai? Sakurai Ruins Upper. Oh. Sakurai Ruins Lower. Oh, there's barely any data here. They must have reset it recently. Fuck, so we have no data on Sacred Song. God damn it. Can I go back to an older date? Let's see. Yeah, it's like 1 every 20 hours, it looks like. If I go back to the older dates. $14 and 61 hours at lower Sakurai or upper Sakurai? I know upper Sakurai dropped them way more. Yeah, that's really lucky for lower. Remember, I haven't slowed down with my grinding. I grinded like 30-something hours a week for like 2-3 years underwater, right? And it took that long to get that many. Two songs in each hour? That's fucking wild. Maybe they buffed them. How long ago did you do that grind? Maybe there was a point, like after I'd already left there, that they buffed the drop rate. Shit, that's almost 4 years ago, so maybe not. No, you just got boosted. Because I would have legit, if I was getting 2 an hour, I would have like probably 4,000 of those things. If I go back to... Wait, did I close the window? Fuck, please don't tell me I closed it. Shit, I did too. I go to Garmoth, Global Grind, go down to Sakraya, lower. And if I change the start date back to the earliest it goes, so January 2nd, 2024, it says with a 300% drop rate, it's a 0.00561% chance, or every 17, almost 18 hours to get one of them. Which sounds about right when you consider how much I grinded there and how many I have. I spent years, 30 to 40 hours a week for years at that spot. It's kind of crazy to think about. But, and they're sending me back, hopefully, as long as they don't make the place feel miserable. I am excited to go back. Every time somebody does the, you know in Upper Sakraya, when you take the Ancient Creature Scales and you turn them in with the weekly, and then it does like a server announcement? Whenever I see that server announcement pop up, it feels like Sakraya is calling specifically to me. I get this urge to, maybe I should go back there just for a minute. Just for old time's sake. It's like it's calling to me. You wish I'd send us back to Histria? Yeah, you say that now. You spent so much time there. What's up, class? You're probably late, but how do you feel about the DR crystal changes? Oh, Crimson Desert? Yeah. Is there a new one today, or are you talking about the one from a couple days ago? Drop the link in chat. I'll tell you if we saw it. Warrior was my first class. I played Warrior for about 4 years, and I played Guardian for a year, and then I've been Sage ever since it came out. Yeah, we saw part 1. So if it's part 1, yeah, we watched that. And yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for Crimson Desert, and that video made me even more excited. More than one playable character. What I think is going to happen with that, and this is obviously speculation, is I think you're going to start as Cliff, but there might be a point in the story where maybe there's some deviation, and you can take like these other characters on like a side quest, and it's kind of like a side story. I feel like it might be something like that. Yeah, I think that's fair, Kanjara. I think that's almost exactly what's going to happen. Knowing Perlibis's track record with storytelling, I don't have high expectations of their story. And if they manage to do a mid job, I think that's going to be a huge win for them. That would exceed my expectations story-wise. But I'm hoping they do a good job with the story. The game looks amazing, it runs amazing, and it feels amazing. So, really, the only thing left is the story. I also hope, and it does sound like, based off the conversations, there was another interview, too, that they did with Will. A guy did with Will the other day. Will's like the front man for advertising this. You see him doing all the interviews. He was the guy I got to sit down with when they flew me to LA. And they have like a pretty lengthy conversation on a lot of things. And it does sound, here's a link to the interview I was talking about. But it does sound like it is going to be like you can get lost in side quests. It did seem like there was that, I want to say feature, but not really a feature. But like, I think that's good for an open world sandbox game like that. If you can't get lost and distracted by just doing side quests, then I think it completely misses its mark, right? People want to play a game like that for that specifically, where every day feels like a new adventure. You sit down, you have a plan, and then you deviate from the plan, and then you realize at the end of the day, even though you had fun and you got a lot of shit done, you realize you barely even touched what you originally sat down for because you get lost in the other stuff, right? I don't want a game that, you know, yeah, there's a couple side quests you can do, but ultimately it's pushing you through like this main story, and there isn't much deviation. Yeah, Skyrim did it well, Red Dead Redemption, and I like the fact that BDO is comparing itself to both those games. It makes me hopeful that maybe it is going to be like that. Kingdom Come Deliverance does that too, yeah. And I think there's a reason why those games are kind of like hallmarks when talking about that genre, right? I think that's a major part of doing it, of those games. So I'm really hoping that they do that well. Because, I don't know, it just doesn't feel as much of an adventure, right? When you're just being pushed through the main story and you barely get to deviate or get lost in side quests, it doesn't really feel like an adventure anymore. It feels like a story. Where when you can get lost and spend a whole day just doing side things that you didn't even plan on doing, that feels like an adventure. Tainted Grail sounds like the name of a sex tape. Okay. Might have to make some lunch soon. I swear every time I join the stream you're saying some sus shit. Maybe. Just maybe. For one, Kiki, I don't buy for a second you just popped in. You're always fucking lurking and listening. I think the reality is you're the sus one. That was a self-report. You only have your attention caught when I say sus shit. Because that's the type of shit you're into. I guess you win. You have the mic. That's right. That's the power of the mic. I fucking love it. Every time I join your grinding mobs, hey, welcome to BDO. How you doing? I just spent over 2 trillion silver on life skilling gear. I need to make that money back. Every time I'm under 1 trillion silver, I feel broke. Under a trill liquid, I should say. You have 5 bill? God damn, you broke. You have 5 billion silver. You're probably the type of person that every time it comes down to click time, you're vendoring shit from your storage. You're looking through every storage. Okay, how can I get another 100 mil? How can I get another 100 crowns? What can I sell to get another 100 crowns? Tell me I'm wrong. Yo, calm down. I fucking knew it. Oh, shit. Rolling dice? True. Yeah, roll the dice. Trash from gathering affected by mastery? That'd be cool. 100 more crons. Next time it'll go. For sure, yeah. Can't stop now. I'm so close. Oh, I need more coffee. I'm all out. I don't know about you guys, but when I have cream in my coffee, and I felt like cream in my coffee this morning. Normally I drink it black, but when I put cream in my coffee, I don't like using, like, either milk or cream or any of those flavored creamers from, like, anything that's refrigerated, really. The thing that annoys me the most about those isn't the flavor. I mean, they taste delicious, don't get me wrong. But I hate that they cool off my coffee so much. I fucking love powdered creamer because it allows my coffee to still stay really fucking hot. Eat the cream before you put it in there. That's so many extra steps. Could probably just put the cream in the cup and stick it in the microwave, warm it up a little bit, and then add the coffee to the cream. But, maybe I'll try that next time. I don't know. Some things when you heat it up in the microwave, I don't know, it just feels like it changes the flavor of it. Why did these guys get CC'd and spawn all fucking randomly all over? What the hell was that? Did somebody run through my rotation just as I destroyed that crystal and I didn't notice? I feel like they fucked up the pack. You did? I bet you did. You pitied 3 Prion, 25% chance? I love it when bad things happen to bad people. That's my favorite thing. It's okay when good things happen to good people, but it's great when bad things happen to bad people. Got any new Prions lately? Yeah, I got them all now. I was surprised, actually. I did not expect to have, like, full deck Prion as quickly as I did. I just started putting up min orders and letting it sit, and then bing, 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 bing. Like, that took me, like, what, a week? Like, I have it all on my warrior right now because I was considering going out and doing some hunting. Some sea monster hunting. I should do, like, normal hunting. I bet that would be really good. I was unable to get to 3,000 mastery before. And now I would get one whole extra, like, shadow line head while doing it. And I wouldn't need nearly as many consumables. I bet I'm at, like, 3,000 hunting mastery now. Probably without any consumables. Yeah. You know what else you can do? Wait for it. I know if it was Suna, he'd be telling me to shut up. Let's see what John types. Make a spare saw for my life skiller, let's say Striker. Not only that. Look at this bad boy, right? Where is it? Look at this. I got a primordial flame right there. I could make him triple sov. Get all those free black stars, convert them all. Triple sovereign hunter. Yeah. Ooh. It's nighttime. It just hurts. Time to go to Turos and finish at Elviad? No fucking way. I mean, it is a solo spot now. What pieces am I even missing for my Elviad? I think I have all the Olin's pieces. I think that's the bottom 3, right? This is the Thornwood piece. I don't know what the 3 top pieces are. Is Turos the top 3 and the 2 side pieces are Thornwood? I'm surprised I didn't get more of the Thornwood pieces then. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have that treasure item. I guess, well, if you want to call it a treasure item. You know what I need to do right now, though, chat? I think you all know. I think you all know what time it is. Are these max yet? Ooh, they are. You need your corrupteds, chat? You're fucking welcome. Ba-boom. I'll keep the other one just in case one of mine break. I like to keep backups on hand. I should, before I forget though, put these into here. What do I have these fucking things for? I don't know why I have those, but I'm gonna keep them until I figure out. Well, since nobody guessed, it's lunchtime. When I get back, I'll do my farms. Oh, did I not? Why is this one falling behind? What the fuck? Let's see what XP my Seraph's at. Once my Seraph is 66, I'm either taking Scholar or Sork next. And then I'll get that to 66 next. Maybe fuck around with it for a day. Let's see, we're probably at 33. Oh, I was close, 31. Okay, I'll be back, chat. Yo, we're back. You grind 24/7 with that might be a problem. I'm not grinding 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's your problem. Look at my lunch chat. Ooh. Got some spinach, some potatoes, some eggs, and a couple pieces of bacon. De-fucking-licious. There, I'll show you with it. There we go. Show you with this. Oh, shit, yo. Did I bring enough for the whole class? Nope. Yeah. No, if you make sure you keep up with all the ways to get free loot scrolls, it's really tough to run out. I mean, you get 1 a day from your value pack. If you're in a Node War guild, you get 5 every week. If you do your Pit of the Undying, and I don't even use these for that, right? But, oh, if you do Solaire, you get 9 every week. If you do Pit of the Undying, this is like, what, 5 every week? Or something? And then your loyalties, actually, I don't even know if you can get them from loyalty anymore. I know you used to. I've been actually forgetting. You get 3 every week from here. And then on top of that, right, the calendar occasionally has some. I don't know if there's any this calendar event. Yeah, there's some up here. If you just stay on top of all these different ways to get loot scrolls, it's damn near impossible to run up unless you are legit grinding 24 hours a day. But I grind like 5 hours a day, 4 days a week, and like 6 or 7 hours a day, like on 2 more days. So, and I don't run out of loot scrolls, so you should definitely not be running out. Six or 7 hours. I don't know if you guys make spinach with your eggs, but I love spinach, man. Loot scrolls should not be your bottleneck, unless you're actually a degenerate. You have to grind so hard to run out of loot scrolls, it's crazy. I run golden all the time. I never turn it off. I have over 900 loot scrolls. I haven't bought loot scrolls since December of 2020. I do gold all day long. Sorry to out yourself. Hey, don't apologize. I'm just saying, like, it's a self-inflicted problem. At that point, if you need to start either grinding with blues or You need to start swiping. Not everybody is living that bougie life and has a Blackstone grill to go outside to, Dragor. Yeah. It's true. You can grind on seasons. But I feel like the opportunity cost of spending all that time grinding on seasons probably isn't worth it. At that point, you're probably better off just grinding with blue loot scrolls instead of spending all that time just so you can grind with yellows. Unless you get an insane amount for very minimal effort. I mean, you could probably do a cost analysis. Right? Let's see. Let me go to Garmoth. I go to Garmoth and put a blue loot scroll versus yellow. Let's see. We'll do like here at Star's End as well, right? So I make approximately 1.7 billion an hour off of trash. If I use a blue loot scroll, that'll drop to 1.3, which means a yellow loot scroll is worth 400 million silver every hour. So how many loot scrolls can you get an hour at Polly's? You think Corrupteds will go back up in price? No. The only reason why Corrupteds were as expensive as they were is because Forest Furies were completely sold out and impossible to get. Now that Gyfin and Mirmok drop them, unless those spots become irrelevant, you know, they'll be cheap. Okay. Anyways, so a loot scroll to me is worth a yellow loot scroll is worth 400 million silver over a blue, which means if we look at Poly Forest, silver per hour. Where's Poly Forest? Poly Forest is 500 mil an hour. And if you're grinding Poly Forest, you're probably not using a yellow loot scroll, you're using a blue, right? So yeah, 400 mil an hour, which means the opportunity cost for every hour I spend at Poly's Forest is like 3.5 billion silver. If each loot scroll, it's actually like 3.2 billion silver. And if every loot scroll is worth 400 mil, that means I need to get 8. I need to be able to get 8 loot scrolls an hour grinding at Poly Forest for it to make up for the opportunity cost of grinding at Star's End with a blue versus a yellow, right? So, if you get more than 8 loot scrolls an hour grinding polys for yellows, so you can use yellows, then it's worth it. If it's less, then not. Is the only difference between a blue and yellow loot scroll just a timer? No. Why that? What a silly question. Sorry, but if the only difference between the two loot scrolls was if you had level 2, it just ticked down faster, then why would anybody ever use level 2, right? They would only use level 1. Why would you want your shit to expire quicker? The level 2 just increases the amount of trash you get. And it has a bit of a larger effect than it appears at face value because of the way they do the rounding with trash loot. So, for example, your blue loot scroll gives you 50% more trash loot, and your yellow loot scroll gives you 100% more. So if you're grinding a spot, pause this, I'm going to bring up the drawing, right? So, right? So if you're grinding a spot that only gives 1 trash loot, and a blue loot scroll, right, gives times 1.5. So obviously that equals 1.5. But the way the rounding works is it always rounds down when it's even in the middle. So it ends up being still just 1 trash loot with a blue loot scroll. Where if you use a yellow, right, then it's 1 times 2 equals 2, and there's no rounding. You still get your 2, right? You still get your 2. So if you're grinding a spot that only has 1 trash loot, basically the extra trash is meaningless from the blue. Now, if you're grinding a spot that gives 2, right, then times 1.5 equals 3. That works out good. We happy, right? We happy. And, you know, the 2 times 2 equals 4 with a yellow. Once again, we're happy. Now, if you get 3 times 1.5, oops, that's supposed to be a times, that's 4.5. So that means it now rounds down to 4. Now you're not getting your full value. But if you're using a yellow loot scroll, equals 6. You get your full value. We happy again. So as you might notice here, the blue loot scroll kind of sucks because whenever it lands, whenever the multiplier lands in between a number, it always rounds down and you're getting less value out of your blue loot scroll. Johnny Laser, some of the joking comments people make, like go outside and stuff like that, it's just joking, right? People just having fun. People don't actually mean it. We all sit here and love to play and yap and poke fun at each other. So definitely don't take Dragor's comment personally. He's just as much of a loser as the rest of us. In fact, he might be a bigger loser. Oh, and that flowy awakened Wusa, the biggest loser. Bigger than Shy. Imagine playing a class that goes around with fucking butterflies and flowers. LOL. Oh yeah, and use code Zethiann at checkout, that's right. You know what's great? Oh. Here we go. If Dragor manages to get mod, his ass can still get banned. Yup, now that we got lead mod roll, even mods aren't safe. Oh, makes sense, Viral. Yeah, I have an old habit. Before there was no loot scroll gauge, it was just blue loot scrolls and yellow loot scrolls, and There was technically green loot scrolls, but they were the same as a blue, but only 30 minutes. And I still have a bad habit of referring to them as such, so I understand the confusion. That's my apology. I really need to just get in the habit of calling it level 1 and level 2. I'm a creature of habit. I have an easy time building new habits. I have a really hard time getting rid of old habits. Level 3 and 4 loot scrolls, yeah. I'm honestly surprised they haven't done that yet, considering how many people have so many loot scrolls just laying around. Oh, I need to do my farms. You need a level 10. A level 10 what? Oh, level 10 loot scroll. Duh. What the hell? What are you doing with his pet in your ass? I hope his pet's a hedgehog. Or a porcupine. Most likely a skunk. Yo, look at this guy's leveling those new horses. I should probably do that, right? Somebody said you get like 4 of those things. You level them up to level 15, you get like 1 billion silver apiece. It's probably worth the time of putting them on a wagon and leveling them up. How do you get those horses? Belia Stable, is it a long quest? Just talk to Lorenzo? That's the kind of quest I'm fucking talking about. Remind me later, chat. Maybe I'll do it. Lunch was good. It was tasty today. Yeah. I can't wait to see you later, Ark. I'm gonna be looking for you. The new cute badge? Ugh. Bungie Foundation Ally. I don't even know what the fuck that is. What is this Bungie Foundation thing? Is it more virtue signaling for people to do on the internet? To talk about how good they are? Instead of actually doing good things? You watch a dude gift 1,000 subs for the second I was there. So you're not even the one that did something good. You just benefited from someone else doing something good. Oh my goodness. You rat. You rat. I respect it. If you donate 1,000 subs to a streamer, you need actual help. I don't know about that. Somebody should try it with me. Yeah, maybe the money was going to some type of charity. Depending on the charity, I could see it. I am super apprehensive about donating to anything. Anybody doing any fundraising to some charity, I just do not trust them. I would rather go down to the charity itself and give them the money. Because so many of these people who are doing fundraisers, they can call it a charity, but they still charge themselves like, okay, well, the time I put into it is worth X amount of hours, and right, still, technically they're making no profit, but all of their expenses, the money raised by the charity goes to cover all the expenses, including wages. So there ends up being very little money for the charity actually left over in the end. I would rather just go straight down to that charity and donate myself. And yeah, and they get the tax write-off. Well, I mean, I guess depending on how you donate, you could still do. But charities, I feel like so many charities are just a big fat fucking scam. Sorry, not charities, once again. Fundraisers are a big scam. There's obviously a lot of really good charities out there, but the way a lot of people fundraise for charities is a big fucking scam. Because you just have several dudes on the mind, obviously. Donate yourself? Nobody wants you, bro. Hey, my wife did. Checkmate. I bet your life lost a bet. Oh, man. You gotta respect her then. She's been committed to this loss for 15 fucking years now, almost. How is the Alchemy Stone market doing now? Ooh. And back down it comes. 8 listed. Lifestone's still going up. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no problem, Johnny. Put up with a video player, she has to be a great lady. I mean, think of all the people, all the video players I have to put up with. Wouldn't that make me great? I'm basically a daycare for video players. Your wives drop you guys off with me. Think about that. We don't have wives? Well, girlfriends, boyfriends, whatever they might be. I just got dropped off. Oh, this son of a bitch. Yo, he's sick. He's gonna infect the rest of us. Quick, turn on Norton. Avoid that antivirus. I imagine with 3,000 horse mastery, it's pretty quick to level up those horses. Pop all the mount XP buffs too. I bet I get those things done pretty quickly. By the way, I don't know about you guys. I still have my old 3 T10 horses. I'm half tempted to just Imperial them. 'Cause I just don't know what I'm ever going to use them for now. Maybe I'll put one on my Fisher or something. That could be a use for one of them, but I just don't know about like the Doom. I can't see myself putting it on anything. Why does Orbita hurt more than Zephyros at the same DP? Because it is the thing that kills people at Orbita is the golem spawning, and because the way the telegraphed is not accurate, that shit'll land behind you and get back attacks on you sometimes. Outside of that, though, Zephyros is definitely more dangerous. How much would I get for Imperialing them? I don't know. Like 7 to 12 bill? I can't remember. Use them as an emergency mount if Krogdalo dies. That's the thing, is I don't need to do that anymore, right? I have all these Voltarians, and pretty soon I'm going to have my last one. I think I definitely put one on my Fisher. But the thing is, I have a Traveler's map, so I don't even think I need one on my Fisher. Especially since I could transfer the Krogdalo Sanctuary so easily. Like, if I ever need to move my Fisher, I'd be better off just transferring the Krogdalo Sanctuaries. So never mind, I think I still sell it. Still Imperial them. Triple stacking golems and Orbitas is my favorite way to lose crystals. You got a big old smile on your face as you see those meteors coming down upon you. What's that fucking meme? Is that... No, that's not William Dafoe, is it? That meme where he's like looking up? Fucking reminds me of that. William DeFriend. Oh, my bad. It must have been his brother. Somebody make me a +10 figurehead for my Volante. Okay, chat? Fuck you. Oh my god. You still pissed about that kidney stone thing I said to you earlier? Does it make you guys mad that I already managed to buy 3 out of the 4 pieces in under a week? Apparently I have marketplace luck, not enhancing luck. I'm pissed just looking at your face. How's that, bitch? That fucking brick throw emoji. Oh, shit. I was like, what the hell is that? I thought maybe it was like a little fume of smoke or something. Says you'll still have to suffer getting the knoll. You think I'm gonna do that? I'm gonna one-shot that shit. I'm just gonna do a random barter and it's gonna pop up. You guys are gonna be real pissed. Hi, my mommy dropped me here. What we do? You get downstairs in front of that sewing machine and start making me some fucking Nike shoes. That's what you do.
Have you ever had a dream
That works too.
you
To Zethiann Leering Center. Oh, goddamn. I wish I made that joke. Shit. What a missed opportunity. At least you caught it. Yo, thank you for that sub, though. I appreciate it tremendously. New stream title, Go Go Go. Yeah. Honestly, it's too politicized. People just get all fucking panties in a twist over it. Oh, no doubt. You learn I give gear advice? Ah, good joke. You want to know my gear advice? Make your AP DP go up. If it's not going up, you suck. There you go. That applies to everybody. And yes, before one of you guys type it, well, how come your gear's not going up? Yes, I suck. I can't fucking hit an enhancement for the fucking life of me. Three fucking Adania pities in a row. I'm fucking tired of this shit. Just give me a string of luck. Next week, I should one tap with all 5 of my stones. Finish off my first Oct, get Hex, Set, Oct on the next one, and then get Hex on the third one. Did they fail again? Well, technically, I got a gain, but it was another pity. Third one in a row. On the bright side, think of all the money I'm saving on stacks. But silver paid for my boat? Yeah, it does look cool. I like the purple. I need it for my offhand and my main hand now, too. That'd be fucking awesome. I'm gonna need to try without this fucking lumbar support. Sit my ass back further in my chair. How many do you need to apply it to a weapon? I mean, you need one, right? One full pigment. You want blue too, Monstrosity? Oh, that makes me really happy. I hope they put blue at the most fucking awful spot ever so I could watch both you and the dragon suffer. No, I hope they put it from, like, sea monster hunting. Not even grinding. I hope you have to do sea monster hunting to get it. You're sea monster hunting right now? Oh. Shit. I hope it's from active farming. You have to prune your crops and kill these pests. See my ass on the water? You kidding me? You're probably driving a little fucking dinghy. I'm gonna be doing laps around you, just playing with you. I'm gonna let your auto repair fix your boat. I'm gonna get down to like 1% and then just do circles around you, watching you try to get away or get close to me. And then I'll let your boat repair all the way up to full, and then I'll fucking do it all over again, just make you keep wasting your repair mats. I have millions of plywood? Not for long. Not for long. You're about to have 999,990. Think you stand a chance even in the water? You obviously didn't see me when I was doing the academy. And I wasn't even in my final form. They increase ship-based movement speed by 50%. Sailing would be the best life skill, hands down. Well, I think if you want to increase your movement speed, you get more mastery, right? Are you at 3,000 mastery? Do you have plus 10 boat? Are all your sailors maxed out? If the answer is no to one or all of those, sounds like you could maybe get that 50% movement speed. Do I have null? No, I don't need it. I'm just that fast. Yeah, but why are you driving a naked ship? Y'all gotta start somewhere. All right. More motivation to make it not naked. Is the blue pay to win skin? Can you dye the skins or no? I didn't even get a skin for my boat yet. No? Oh. Shit, maybe I should have got the advance. That looks way cooler. Look at this. Ew. Ew. I should be able to dye it purple. I guess there'd be no reason for there to be 4 different skins if you could dye them. Although it does look like they're ship specific. I like the deer ship. Oh, was there something on the prow there? I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, horse. Deer. Oh, like a hawk or a phoenix? And the dragon. Oh my goodness, the dragon one looks kind of cold. There should be a sage. I should be able to put one of my chatters on the front. Fucking monstrosity. Just have them sitting there naked. But have them ass first too, so when I ram other boats, it's just the butt hitting their boat. Huh. So what does the balance one do? Or the, sorry, Volante do? I just got it because it was the fastest. I want to be fast as fuck on the sea. What's new with the game over the past 3-4 months? You really expect me to sit here and stop and talk about everything they've done in the past 3-4 months because you're too lazy to look it up yourself? You're gonna have to wait for like Choice to go live or something for a question like that. Jesus fuck. I mean, BDO is the most, like, the MMO on the market that receives the most changes every month. I don't think there's another MMO out there that even comes close. And it's always been that way.
Not too lazy, just easy conversation starter. I mean, that's fair. Why you gotta go and say something like that and make me feel like an asshole? Cut that shit out. What's your problem?
Oh, shit. Degenerates? Yeah, welcome, fellow degenerate. call us what you want, but you're here with us, meaning you're just the same. You just might be in denial. That's the only difference. I'm worse! Hell yeah. Prove it. You have to pay first? Oh, well. Definitely not. I'm way too cheap for that. Probably depends on a bunch of factors, John. Right? Your mastery, your pets, your buffs you're popping. Probably hard to give a proper answer to that, because I'm sure there's massive variation. But ballparkish, probably at least 1 minute. 1 minute or more. $12 hours? That long? Fuck. I don't know if I could get it done in one night with 3,000 mastery. I'll probably wait. I'll probably grab those horses and do that when there's... No, I guess I want to do it while there's a horse training event. Is there a chance when you're Imperialing those horses to get that thing that you get from the Imperial Steed? $5.8 mil XP for level 15. It'll take a minute. Yeah, Von Duke, BDO has ruined us with its combat. Because, like, everything, like, other MMOs have good systems, but just the way your character interfaces with the world just doesn't feel the same way BDO does. It just goes to show how important the way your character moves feels. That it's enough to take a game that outside of the movement is a very, maybe not shallow, but very mediocre. BDO is a very mediocre game in any way you measure it, aside from like combat. And it just goes to show how much that mediocrity is elevated by having good combat. And graphics? Graphics is whatever. Graphics isn't important. It is to some people, but it doesn't make or break a game at all. Take a look at World of Warcraft. When World of Warcraft first came out, almost everybody who looked at that game was like, oh, why this cartoony crap? And then it ended up becoming one of the most popular, if not the most popular MMO of all time. So, judging a game by its graphics is the equivalent of judging a book by its cover. Well, EQ was a lot older than WoW, right? One thing to understand about those earlier games is they had very limited options available at the time. So, like, there's no doubt in my mind that EQ was pushing for realism, but they just did the best of with what was available at the time. I want a hack and slash game that feels like BDO, like or an action RPG like Diablo or Path of Exile or shit like that, with that type of randomized dungeons and gear progression, but with BDO's combat. I want that so fucking bad. Yeah, I won't be thinking that potato because I'm a rational person. I'm smart enough to understand Crimson Desert. It may share the universe, but it's really just a completely different game. It's a different game with shared assets. Shared, I don't know, maybe even assets isn't even the shared, not even story. I don't know what the fuck to call it. Yeah, I've seen lots of it. I've been trying to keep up with it. I think Crimson Desert looks awesome. Yeah, I don't even think lore is right because it's a parallel universe. It's not even the same universe. So like it shares characters, right? But it's not like they just copied and pasted a character over. They obviously had to redesign it within the new engine. So I wouldn't even, like, I don't feel comfortable saying assets. I don't feel comfortable saying lore. It's like something in between. Style and vibe, yeah, kinda. That might be closer. What's that, Kinjara? Yeah. Yeah. That's actually a fair comparison. Yeah. I think that's kind of cool, too. I kind of like that because then it, I feel like you are... I don't know, you're not bound to specific ideas. Right? You're not bound to a character having to be a certain way because he was that way in this or that, right? It kind of just makes it a fun thing that pops up and you're like, oh yeah, hey, it's him. How did they do him this time? Looked outdated? What? The hell trailers are you watching? Yeah, I didn't get that vibe at all. How much time do we have left on some of these? All the ones that are about to run out. Is it just freestyle-y? It is, yeah. You have certain abilities that obviously have higher DPS, so you go priority on those, but you can really, there's tons of shit you can do. What's my fitness stats doing? Ooh, getting real close to 49 breath. Like a month away, chat. Less than that. Probably a couple weeks away. And then one level left. You don't really use WQ, don't need to all the time now. It's not higher up on priority. Type in ! Sage Guide. There's a whole bunch of information there and shows that your abilities if you are going to go based off priority. Yeah, I just don't see that. Depends on the situation. There's lots of decent cores. I use Enlightened Bolt the most, but there's lots of really good cores. There's someone who's like level 72. Level doesn't really matter in BDO. Fuck, I'd be like level 70 right now if I focused on XP. I'd be higher than that. $72. I'm pretty sure Bria's almost 72. Or is 72. Or whatever their new name is, I can't remember. My crystal setup for this spot, the same as Adonia, but with giants. The same as Zephyros. I have not got the rare boss yet, no. Today's the day, though, for sure. For sure. Well, based on the public sentiment, that already suggests that you're wrong. People have been going crazy with it. You take a look at game events and stuff like that where Crimson Desert is expected to be talked about. People are just trying to move everything along. You always see chat being like, Crimson Desert when? Who cares about this? There is, in fact, I'm a little worried right now that Crimson Desert has too much hype. People are too excited for it. I think it's coming from his feelings. That's how most people do it. Yeah. You see Crimson Desert being talked about at like every big game event now. They're doing crossovers with like even Fortnite now. Tons of people know of it. You remember BDO's been around for a long time too, right? And almost any person who's ever touched BDO, you know, whether they love it or hate it, whether they still play it or they don't, everybody rants and raves about how good BDO felt. And tons of people, because of that, are excited about Crimson Desert. They're like, shit. A new game that's going to be like Skyrim or Red Dead Redemption, but has that combat that I loved in BDO. People are absolutely talking about it and excited about it. Yeah. Crimson Desert has been being talked about for a long time, but I think initially, right, there was very little talk about it. Because back then, I don't know about 2017, 2018, because BDO was still pretty new then. I don't think that they, unless I'm, maybe 2019? Maybe 2018. I feel like 2017 would have been a little early. But yeah, we knew so little of it back then, and whenever it first came out. see. Crimson Desert was first announced back in 2019. March 2019. So yeah. I thought 17 and 18 would be a bit early. 2019 made sense. I think what you need to replace, Renetics, is the word play with try. I think there was a lot of people who maybe saw how shitty of a game it was and they said, I'm not even going to bother wasting my time. But I think the implication, whether it's intended or not there, is that people who would have liked it are just not playing it all either because they were told not to like it. I think most people, and sure, maybe there's some exceptions, but I think most people, maybe if they were influenced by their streamer to not even bother trying it, I think there's a very high probability that even if they did, they wouldn't continue to play it. They would play it for a very short period of time and realize what basically everybody else realized that did play the game, that it's just, you know, a shit game. But it still would have failed nonetheless. A shit game is a shit game. Just now, we live fortunately in an environment where we can find out how shit a game is pretty quickly without having to dive into it headfirst ourselves. How's Uncapped Siege feel for you? Uncapped has felt like shit for a long time because of the DP changes. Not the DP changes, the DR crystals. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit of correction with the changes, but I can't imagine it being a lot. I think the streaming landscape that you're referring to accelerates a game's failure or success, but I don't think it changes the trajectory. Unless it's being politicized. Obviously, that could change the trajectory. But I think it still just adjusts it a bit. It might change the immediate sentiment behind it. People are like, well, I'm not going to play that because of X, Y, or Z reason. And then if it is still a good game, people will eventually warm up to it once the political heat surrounding it is dissipated. It is, yeah. It's like, it's being compared to like Skyrim or Red Dead Redemption. But yeah, if a game's shit and it gets a bunch of shit publicity from everybody streaming it, it's still just a shit game. And sure, less people might initially try it, but proportionally, most of those people would have tried it and realized it's shit themselves. So all it does is just save you time, right? Or vice versa, if a game is banging and it's a good game, yeah, it might get people to try it a bit quicker and realize, hey, yeah, it is a good game. All it does is accelerate either of the two trajectories, but I don't think it makes or breaks a game. Unless they release the MMO update 6 months later to replace BDO. They did that, I'm on board. It can definitely hurt it. Well, it deserves to be hurt. If it can be hurt by bad publicity and the bad publicity is because the game is bad, then the game deserves to fail. Make a good game. Make a better game. It's as simple as that. If public opinion is your game sucks, then your game sucks. That's just it, period. That's all there is to it. And all Twitch does is accelerate that understanding. The combat doesn't look like BDO's. It's definitely different, but it's the same. And it's kind of hard to explain. It feels very satisfying, the combat in Crimson Desert. It feels really satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, I think Crimson Desert is going to have, at the very least, moderate success. They have to have some very major critical issue right off rip. It ran so good too, Kinjara. Unless Will was bullshitting me. I asked him, like, what are the specs of this rig and what settings do you have the game running on? And he had that shit running. He said he was running it on 4K, and it looked beautiful, super smooth. I was like, okay, is it being upscaled? Is there frame gen? He said, no, none of that. And it was just, if I remember correctly, just like I think it was a 7800X 3D and a 9700 XT. I don't even feel confident. It might even been the generation before that AMD card. And it was running beautifully. So if it's able to run 4K that beautifully on that rig, I feel like you could very easily run at lower settings. And I think Will, in that interview, he talks about that, right? In the latest interview, I actually want to go back to it and show you guys, because he comments on that exact thing. Where is it? Here's the link to the interview I'm talking about, you guys. There is a part when they're talking about optimization. Let's see if I can find the timestamp. I don't feel like playing it on screen here. Graphics and performance section starting at 31 minutes. He talks about how he doesn't want to guarantee that it's going to be able to run on specific specs, but their goal is to make sure it runs on for as many people as possible, regardless of their specs. That is their goal. They want the game to be accessible. They don't want you to just have to have high-end hardware to play it. That was kind of the TLDR of that section that I got from it. And the main thing he didn't want to commit to was, I think he was being asked if it could be played on like a Steam Deck or something, right? Kinjara, I don't know if you were listening, but I think Destin there, or whatever his name is, asked him specifically, can this game be run on a Steam Deck? And he said something like, I don't want to guarantee it. It's going to depend on the optimizations that we're doing. We're waiting to get it all validated, blah, 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 blah. But their goal is to make sure it runs across as many platforms as possible. But which sounds to me, they're going to make sure there's a lot of flexibility in the settings to adjust it to your needs. Oh. Yeah, it's called a brand new engine, Teika. We're not going to go down this conversation again, are we? I feel like I'm just so over this conversation. Minimum is a 1060. That is fucking old. 1060 is ancient hardware at this point. You should be thankful BDO runs as well as it does. Take a look at how many MMOs on the market that don't look as good as BDO and run worse than BDO. People have this like really weird expectation, completely irrational expectation of what BDO should be. It's like they've completely lost sight on what it is and what else is out there. Except for the stutter, I get no stuttering. Well, I shouldn't say I get no stuttering. Stuttering is very rare for me now. All you need is a $10,000 PC. To be fair though, the biggest thing that reduced stuttering to a reasonable level, because you're gonna have stuttering in like any game, right? You're always gonna have those frame drops. That's what that stuttering is. You would have it in WoW. You would have it in any game you play, right? The biggest thing that reduced that for me was when I swapped to an AMD chip. The Intel chips, I don't know what it is with them in BDO. I don't know if it's an Intel problem or maybe it is an engine problem there. There could be some optimization done there. But there's definitely like a direct correlation with how much stuttering you get and you having an Intel chip. You ask almost anybody who's swapped from an Intel chip to a X3D chip. I want to say AMD chip, but it might be more so having the extra cache on the X3Ds. They will all tell you it's a night and day difference with stutters. You're not intelligent if you're on Intel. Hey, I get it there, Intel. Intelligent. Boy, what a clever joke.
Shut up, bitch!
You have an X3D? Sorry, it's the X3D. I have a 9800X, and it's nowhere near what I hear about. What do you mean, nowhere near what I hear about? Like, you do get a lot of stutter, or you don't? Yeah. Well, that extra cache goes a long way, right? You got to understand what the cache is used for. When it comes to VRAM, think of the extra cache on your processor almost like VRAM on your graphics card or just RAM in your PC. It's one of those things where if you don't have enough of it, now it needs to start hot swapping things in and out as it's doing its work, instead of just keeping it there and being able to quickly reference it, right? And when you start having a hot swap shit, your CPU or whatever's performing the task needs to wait on that information to be in the memory before it can start working with it, right? And that's what causes stutters. Like, if you ever played a game where you don't have enough VRAM, stutters goes crazy. If you ever play a game when you don't have enough RAM in your PC, stuttering goes crazy. And I imagine it's the same thing with the 3D cache, right? Where because you have that extra cache on your processor, it's able to keep more at its disposal, available at its disposal, instead of having to swap shit in and out. And that is what dramatically is reducing stuttering. Now, hopefully, Intel will be able to come up with their own X3D version, right? And I'm sure they will. They're supposed to. I wouldn't be surprised if it's this next generation. Now, if they're able to have the same success with it is something that we have to wait to see. But at this point, if Intel wants more real estate in the gaming market, they really have to do it. Because anybody who is like a gaming-focused PC user, like, they're all swapping to AMD. As time goes on, more and more people swap to AMD. And Intel is losing that market share. AMD chips run hot too. Both of them run hot. You have to realize that the way they design boosting on chips now is, in the past, they would have a specific boost they would aim for. Or how do I explain this? I'll just start with how they design chips now. Now, they understand that people have a wide variety of thermal solutions now. Right? So now they have these boosting systems on the chips. Both AMD and Intel have this, where it tries to take your chip and it says, okay, our chip is safe up to 95 degrees. So we're going to have our chip try to boost as much as possible as long as there's thermal headroom available. So this way people are getting the best bang out of their buck for their chip. Now, obviously, there's silicon limitations, right? They understand that even if you have like 30 degrees of thermal headroom, that doesn't mean the chip's going to be able to run 30 degrees like that much faster, proportionally faster to take advantage of that thermal headroom. But every one of these chips are now designed to push as hard as they possibly can, as long as you have the thermal headroom available. That's why it's so important these days to make sure you have decent coolers.
You need
Like-
lots of headroom to get all the bang for your buck.
Yeah. And the air coolers these days, like the NHD15 was like the king of air coolers. That's the one by Noctua. Was like the king of air coolers. If you didn't want to go to an all-in-one or a custom water loop, that was like the best you could get. And these days, that's like your minimum requirements. If you're using anything less than that, you are definitely not getting the best bang out of your buck out of your processor. You might as well not even get a top-end processor. That is the bare minimum these days. So, once again, Techno, that's not a bad thing. Just because it's running hotter on BDO and less on Space Marine, that's not a sign that there's an issue with BDO. That means BDO is better utilizing your processor. That just might mean that on Space Marine, your GPU is your bottleneck, not your CPU. Or sorry, yeah. Your GPU is your bottleneck, and your processor is able to just sit there and chill because it's waiting on the GPU to render the graphics. Just trying to claim that optimization, a game's optimization is either good or bad based exclusively off of temperatures is completely uninformed. For example, I could go into BDO right now. I could go into my NVIDIA. I can go into my NVIDIA control panel. I could enable. I can't remember the name of the feature. 1 second. I could enable DSR, Dynamic Scaling Resolution. And I could render my game at 8K resolution and try to play in remastered. And as soon as I did that, my GPU would become the bottleneck and my CPU temperature would come down because it would be constantly waiting on my GPU. Based off of your standard that you're applying there, if I did that, the implication based off of your standard would be that now BDO is optimized perfectly for my CPU because it's running cool, which just isn't the case. It's just my CPU isn't being utilized because something else is the bottleneck. Yeah, that's another good example too. Now, you can make the argument that a game's optimization is really bad if your GPU is clearly not your bottleneck and you're still getting shitty frames and your processor is running hot. Did you fuck up ordering a 9900 X3D instead of a 9800 X3D? I mean, both are banging chips. I don't know. I mean, if you're ordering a new X3D, they just came out with like the 9850. I would have probably ordered that. Yeah. A game that's poorly utilized for your CPU. when even not bottlenecked by your GPU, your CPU is still running cool and you're getting bad FPS because it's just not using your CPU effectively. That's a much better sign that a game isn't optimized properly. And you're never gonna have, when gaming, your CPU running at 100% across all cores, because there's some tasks that can't be run in parallel with each other, right? You need certain tasks to finish before the next task can be done. And because of that, right, your first cores are always your ones that are going to be your busiest, because those are the ones handling those initial tasks. Yeah. And that happens too, Marley, because of what I was just talking about, because a lot of things cannot be run in parallel with each other, right? There's, like, for example, I think this is the best example, is if you're playing a game with, like, lots of lighting and reflections, right? Before it can calculate where the shadows or the reflections are going to be, it first needs to figure out where the light source is. So it has to do that first. Once it figures out where the light source is, now it can start figuring out, okay, where's the object? How's the light passing through it? How are the reflections going to be bouncing around? All of these things can't be done in parallel with... Some of them can be done in parallel with each other. Some have to wait until the previous task is done before it can do the next. And this is where an affinity mask really helps, is because when your CPU is able to just do whatever it wants, like... specifically on the very first core, the efficiency cores, sometimes it might take these earlier tasks and put them on one of the efficiency cores that isn't as fast. So now one of your main cores is sitting there waiting for the efficiency core to finish that task, right? And you want your primary cores, your strongest cores, working on those tasks. You want those to be the ones busiest, because they're going to get those tasks done. So the subsequent tasks can be started earlier. And it's important too to try to keep your games off your first core, because all your window processes and stuff are running off of that, right? So even though, right, it's just as strong as your other main cores, it already has tasks it's doing, keeping your PC running and managing things going on your PC. So when you move the game to those other cores and off that one, it also ends up adding to your performance in a game. Yeah. Using an affinity mask has a pretty big benefit for everybody. You may not necessarily need it though, right? Like if you have a really banging PC, right, you might, and specifically too, depending on your monitor, like you don't really need to be getting 500 FPS on a lower FPS monitor. There is a benefit to input latency, but the returns diminish rapidly, right? In order to get the same input benefit, assuming that you are superhuman and you're able to press the buttons on your keyboard the millisecond an input opportunity is available, and that's a completely separate argument, but let's assume you are a superhuman and you're able to do that, right? In order to get the same benefit of going from 30 FPS to 60 FPS, you need to go 60 to 120, and then 120 to 240, and 240 to 480, right? Because what you're effectively doing in each one of those intervals is doubling or cutting in half the delay between your input opportunities. Yeah, so when it comes to the longevity of your CPU, the degradation that happens of a CPU over long periods of use is completely negligible to the advancement of technology. Your CPU is going to be obsolete because software has outpaced it long before it running 10 degrees hotter degrades the chip. Long before. The technology is moving way faster. Like, if you have your CPU for like, I'll even be conservative and say 10 years, if you're running your chip 10 degrees hotter, maybe it'll take 1 year off of it. But by then, your processor is going to be obsolete because everything else is going to be putting too much demand on it, on what it's capable of handling because of how fast the technology moves. And true, exactly what Kinjara said. We're talking to specifically if you're sitting there pegged at 90 degrees Celsius and your CPU is now throttling its speed in order to make sure it doesn't go above that, that has a negligible effect on the processor's longevity. If you're running under that, you're still running within spec. It might not boost as often, right? You're not going to be able to maintain your boost speeds as much, but it's still well within its specs. I want 1 trillion this instant. Easy. Easy. I'll show you. So look down at your keyboard and hit F3. Then click top up. It's behind my face here. And make sure you enter code Zethiann. Buy a bunch of these bags. Basically buy 15 of these, 15 of these, and 15 of these. Open them all up. Making sure you're using code Zethiann. And you'll probably have 1 trillion silver if you max out on all those sales. Do I work in this industry? I mean, depends on how loosely you say this industry. I mean, I've been working online with PCs for an extremely long time. I obviously don't work for anybody who does all this manufacturing or anything like that, right? Or any of the R&D or development of these chips. But I've considered myself, I'm definitely a PC enthusiast, and I like to keep up with what's happening with technology and trying to understand how the technology, new technologies, will affect my time online, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess that's it, really. But yeah, TLDR, if your processor's sitting there capped out at 90 degrees Celsius because your cooling solution isn't sufficient, then, and you did that for like the length of the processor and you planned on keeping the processor for 10 years, then yeah, maybe it would die at 9 years instead of 10. There's not even a guarantee of that, right? But maybe it would be 9 years instead of 10. But I think most people who are online know that like 9 years is like multiple generations, not generations in terms of like what Intel and stuff puts out, but like upgrades, right? Like most people usually skip a generation or two that these manufacturers make. But like in the course of 10 years, I probably upgrade my processor at least 3 times. Anywhere between 3 to 5 times. I'll usually do it every other year or every 3rd year. So a chip going from 10 years to 9 years is completely irrelevant for me. Yeah. Probably the thing you should worry about the most is probably your power supply, to be completely honest. Make sure you do not go cheap on your power supply. Power supplies, like their rated efficiency, they are most efficient when they're running cool. And if you buy a power supply that is just barely meets the minimum requirements of your setup, that means it's going to be running at full capacity to keep your shit running, and it's going to be generating a lot more heat and be a lot less efficient, right? Because any type of heat that's generated is power that's being lost, right? So, it's always, in my opinion, in your best interest to make sure that you splurge on your power supply, because power supplies aren't cheap. They have aren't expensive. They have really long warranties. And if you get one that has double the capacity of what you're running it on, it might even be able to just passively cool itself because it has so much headroom available to it that it doesn't even have to worry about dealing with thermals. And then the more comfortably your power supply is running, the more efficient and effective it'll be at stable power delivery, and the less likely your power supply will be able to go. Because when that goes, yeah, just like Krausen says, your power supply goes, it can take everything with it. And your power supply is something that can last you multiple generations. You can have the same power supply for 3 or 4 builds. So yeah, maybe you'll spend an extra $100 on it on your initial PC build. But the fact that you won't have to upgrade your power supply for like the next 3 or 4 PC rebuilds, you get all that money back in savings very, very quickly. Same with a good computer case too. I highly recommend that for similar reasons, not because your computer case can take everything with it, but a good computer case that has lots of space in it not only will have that longevity because you don't have to worry about the next generation of video cards being too big, but also, like, a good case will have good airflow, and good airflow will keep everything cooler inside and running more efficiently. Sometimes a PC that's running too hot is largely because somebody just has a mid tower. They're not doing any cable management. They don't have their fans set up in a proper configuration, and now their PC is running like 20 degrees hotter because of all of these things that are compounding on each other. And you can easily remedy this situation by just doing taking like an hour or two with some tie wraps. Do some proper cable management. Learn what is the proper fan setup for your case. You know, try to visualize how the air is going to flow through your case and make sure it's unobstructed. And then also your ambient temperature, right? Like if you have imagine you have your PC desk set up in a room, and right under where your PC is intaking, there's an exhaust for your house where the heat is coming up from your furnace, right? And it's going straight through your case first, right? Your PC is going to run hotter. Where you position your PC on the other side of the room where there isn't a direct out exhaust for your furnace, your PC might drop 5-10 degrees just by being on the opposite side of a room. Because it's not being immediately fed by the warm air that's entering the room. Hell. Yo, better the cat laying on the exhaust than the intakes, though. Unless you have filters on your intakes, the last thing you want is all that cat hair being sucked into your PC. I don't know Drakenhall. Anybody know Drakenhar? Holy! That 1 fucking second, my buffs run out. I just get fucking chain CC'd. God damn. Now I need to skip this pack. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Go get some fresh skill buffs. Where the hell is my rare boss? I'll take another purple weapon pigment too, that works. How are all the pigments now? I think it's everything but the purple weapons, right? Oh, even these ones are sold out. Holy. How do you 1v1 against the new Seraph class? Get its HP to 0 before it does that to you and you win every time. Honestly though, key is probably just avoiding the grab. Honestly, I think with enough practice, the Seraph should beat an Awakened Sage 1v1. Awakened Sage, believe it or not, is a very forward guard heavy class. It just moves very rapidly and it gets hard to get behind its forward guards. But Seraph has enough abilities between WLMB, WF, Shift F, and its grab to punish forward guards. So I think if you know Awakened Sage, you should be able to punish it pretty effectively anytime it does one of its forward guards. And if it does any one of its longer SAs, like Rift Storm or Dimensional Compression trying to get stamina, you just grab that shit. How well do I do it? Oh, I don't bother with 1v1 in the game. They ever fix the polarity between PvE and PvP setups, I'll go back to living on Ursha, but outside of defending your grind spot, there's no reason to 1v1 in this game. I mean, those are crazy iframe classes. You just mentioned like 3 of the most iframe classes in the game. It's the best way. It's not a coincidence that the best way to avoid a grab is an iframe, and you just mentioned the three major iframe classes. That's not a coincidence. Doesn't the Olvia Academy kind of do that? I mean, it talks about your protections and your CCs and where to find that information. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe I am misremembering. I'm pretty sure it talks about the CC cap at all. The CC cap, right? So in a sense, it kind of does. Ugh. They don't teach you how to flag up. I don't think that's a coincidence. They don't want you flagging up. You know what I think would help PvP in this game? Getting rid of all these Care Bear restrictions, protecting people from uncomfortable situations. Oh, I can't wait to find you, Ark. I can't wait till I see you standing in a field. You're probably gonna be like eyeballing Huntler, trying to watch what he's doing, trying to get tips and tricks. And then I'm gonna be behind you, behind a tree, just waiting for you to just unexpectedly start casting something. You're gonna have that meteor loaded to drop on Huntler's head, and then I'm gonna come out from behind that tree and just stick my spear straight into your booty. Out of principle, that's right. Ethical Ark. Yo, Trap. If only he were here for that, he'd be so pissed. You know what I need to do, though? I need to go fucking sit there and do Amnesty with fucking a Lustin for like an hour. I need to get some enhancers. I'm pretty sure I'm out of enhancers. Can we just bring back Caroline? Just make Caroline be our enhancer and just give us a 3-hour-long buff. You need to go to Aeon Kiris and start yoinking? Yeah. That was my favorite female outfit, the one you got to steal from her. I'm actually surprised I never got that outfit on my Savior. I've managed to get on like every single female character. I love that outfit. Was minus 1,000 karma these days? Barely anything. You can even get items? Well, I shouldn't say you can get items. They were given away during an event, but I have some just in case I ever lose karma. That when you consume them, they may immediately recover a bunch of karma. Let's see, did I put them in here? Yeah, here they are. Longevity Carnations. Instant 50,000 karma as soon as you use it. So if I ever accidentally go red because I'm being a bad boy, boom! I'll be right back, chat. I had to go AFK for 1 minute. Hey, I'm back. See, I lose my spot. Doesn't look like it. See 4 out of the 5 crystals that. Why do I feel like I didn't cheer for that? So? I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest with you. Definitely a resplendent very early. Getting that with a Vel on it is sick. I don't think you need necessarily the Splendid, but I don't know if maybe he has. Just 1 second. I'll see if Byrog maybe added it to his gear progression. Oh my god, another fucker getting ads! God damn it. I need like a little tag that I can have on people that if they can potentially get ads, it puts a little thing beside their name so I know not to fucking talk to them. Let's see, workshop. Was this short? Jesus. Oh, fuck. That's a funny clip. Oh, yeah. I was going to look at the workshop. Where's the workshop? I want to see a Byrog added, like, Splendid in there. Let's see. Gear AP upgrade path. Let's see if Splendid Stone's in here at all. No. Doesn't look like he's added the Alchemy Stone to the list yet. Scroll! Oh shit, yeah. Oh fuck, I turned the wrong one on. Can you guys tell me in 5 minutes to upgrade it? Yeah, it's Iron Maiden. If you type the song command, it'll tell you what's currently playing. Probably around there too for tapping Splendid. Shining's probably the last thing you should be working on though. Look at all these level 49 fishers. Yo, what's up, everyone? How you doing? Yeah, I love Iron Maiden too. One of my favorite bands. Yeah, Pen Black Stars are cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap. Okay, 40 more seconds, we can fix it. Great time to be a new player, yeah. Between all the free stuff they gave, all the academy stuff, holy. How do you get all your loot scrolls? By logging into the game. This game throws loot scrolls at you. Unless you grind more than 6 hours every single day, you should not be running out. Maybe I should do a quick little video one of these days on how to get loot scrolls. Show people that, like, join the Noid War Guild, get your weekly scrolls from that, your weekly Solaire scrolls, your value pack scrolls, your Pit of the Undying scrolls, your loyalty scrolls, attendance scrolls. It's impossible to run out. Unless you grind, like I said, more than 6 hours every day, 7 days a week. I don't do 6+. I'm saying if you go 6+. If me saying that you have to go 6+ in order to run out, and I haven't run out, that means I'm not doing 6+. Otherwise I'd be out too, right? How stars at money-wise? It's at least the second best spot in the game. I don't know if it's past Zephyros, but it definitely feels way better to Zephyros, at least for me. I like it tremendously. Yeah, I'm excited for Sakurai. I just hope they don't fuck it up. What are they going to do to Sakurai? We have no idea. That is the $1,000,000 question. I don't know if we'll get a crystal upgrade, right? It made sense to have an upgraded corrupted here, because corrupted crystals originally came from here. But there was no original crystal from underwater, so I don't think that necessarily means we have to get an upgrade from there. It'd be nice if we did. I mean, if you look at our crystals, what is like one of the oldest crystals we're using at this point? Maybe they'll give upgraded Valors? Rebellious, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Underwater never gave a crystal, so I don't really expect them to add a crystal upgrade there, but that doesn't mean they won't. Harmony of Frenzy? I don't think they'll do a Harmony of Frenzy. I think what's going to happen in that regard is I think you're going to see these corrupt oils of immortality drop abundantly there compared to Star's End, because Star's End doesn't really drop a ton of them. I could see because there's no frenzies, right? I could see these being a lot more abundant down there to make up for the frenzies. How are Splendid Destruction Stones doing on EU? I remember you guys were free falling long before we were. Have they emptied out yet, or have they bottomed out? Only one listed? Okay. What have you abandoned us, Ellie? You're not playing with us on NA anymore? You've changed. I was just collecting dailies and forgot to swap back before heading to work. Yeah. What about your NA dailies, huh? Any drops? Nah, nothing big today. Nothing big yet. Am I aiming for purple? Yeah, I mean, I already have one on my awakened weapon. At the rate that I'm collecting these at, you know, like an average of like one of these every day, I don't think I'll be able to construct a full one out of pities before they add Sakraya. You focus on both, Byaku. You want to be killing the waves as fast as possible while keeping the Shadow Knights on respawn if you want to optimally grind that spot. Because you will get more frogs by killing more waves. But while you're trying to get as many frogs as possible, you want to keep the Shadow Knights dead. It's a combination of both. If you're neglecting one or the other, you're going to see a drop in your efficiency. How you doing this morning, Valkia? Good afternoon. Oh, yeah, I should rewatch that tomorrow. We might end up having a stream tomorrow, by the way, chat. I normally don't stream on Sundays, but my wife was telling me that they have to be somewhere tomorrow. Her and the girls for some dance thing. And I asked how long they were going to be gone for, and she's got to get back to me. If it's going to be for multiple hours, then we might have a little short stream tomorrow. Otherwise, if it's just for like a couple of hours, I might just, you know, maybe work on my taxes for this year or something. Or for last year, I guess I should say. Not looking forward to that. But the sooner I get it over with, the better. Shit, I didn't pull anything out for dinner tonight. God damn it, everything's frozen. Actually, we have some tortillas in our freezer. Sounds kind of good. Oh shit, fix my loot scroll. Oops. How's the magical shard pre-order going? It's going. Still sitting there. Haven't seen anything pop up yet. $36 of 1,050. Just think. These people who need 1,000 BMCs, ever since this conversation started this morning, 5 hours ago, if they were out grinding Darkseekers, they would already be at 500 of that 1,000. You'd be half done in one day. And then tomorrow you're completely done. And then you don't have to worry about magical shards anymore. Or wait. Why did I multiply that by 10? Sorry, you'd be a quarter done, not half done. A quarter done. You know what I didn't do that I should have just did? Let's go to the central market on Garmoth. Let me kill this pack. Let's see, we can see the average time it takes. Let's see. Search magical shards. So approximately 70,000 are selling every day, and there's 91,000 buyers. So on average, you will. I should say 70,000 buyers, 70,000 units ordered. 70,000 units ordered? Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to compare because some people, when they take their order down, they immediately put it. Well, I mean, if it turn around, it's kind of harder with buying because there is that random element. On average, your order of 50 should be filled every day. And I imagine it's a lot worse with black magic crystals. Sealed black magics, there are 70,000 sold and yeah, way more orders. Just forget about getting sealed BMCs. Order the magical shards. I'm American, crying is my constitutional right. Shit. I wish we had a constitution here in Canada. You will soon. I was waiting for it. Of course it was you, Ark. Of course it was you. Oh, man. I'm just going to let... You know, every one of these comments, I'm going to pull up your chat history tonight, Ark, while we're in Siege. And I'm going to have your chat history on my side monitor. Just fueling me. And every time I kill you, I'm going to look over that chat history and smile. And be like, this is payback, bitch. For all of that yapping you've been doing over the years. If I got a Shining right now, would I sell it? It would be sitting on the market this very minute, yes. At min price, too. I wouldn't even let it sit at max. I would put it at min and just sit there and hope that some FOMO loser bought it. And I would let that shit sit on the market till approximately 2.5, probably 2.5 trillion silver. Once it dipped to 2, I couldn't justify selling it anymore. Yeah, you can hotbar Krogdala stable. I don't think you can hotkey it. It's not in quick hotkeys. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, I don't see it in there. You can hotbar it, but I don't think you can hotkey it. Call Landmount, though, that's your horse whistle. That's not your Krogdala Sanctuary. Wanted to try something. I fucked up his pack. Oh, chat. Oh, this guy's gonna follow me up here. I had to go upstairs for a second. Come on, come on. Oh, bitches. Yeah, we're back. Up, chap. Oh? What do we think's after Sakraya, chat? Maybe pirates or Sausons? I don't know about Kratuga. Crypt? No. We need something older. We need, like, pirate Sausons. Like, we need some media shit. Reworked. Helms, go. Go. Crashes. I think we need more media first. Maybe Calpheon. Kratuga is media. But the thing about Kratuga is Kratuga's already a rework of a spot. Like, what was the upper Kratuga called? That's right, Hazra Cliff. Kratuga was like the next step of that, so I feel like something else is long overdue first. I think, like, both Pirates and Sausons are pretty iconic spots from back in 2017, right? I feel like those would be very well received. Especially if they made Sausons a 5-man spot. Make Pirates like a full PvP spot where it's like PvP on any channel out there. And make Sausons like a 5-man grind spot. What do you mean? You don't need a boat? You just run out there on your horse now, John. Or in Divios' case, you fly out there on your dragon. Or griffin, sorry. Hey, Divios. I know you can't stack like a DP Breath of Creation with a DP Blackstone. But can I use an AP creation with my DP Blackstone? I think I can, right? Yeah. Hey, what's up, cats? I can't wait. I'm gonna put the AP stone on my hotbar. I'm gonna pop the DP stone, and I'm just gonna hold W until I find Arc. And then the second I see him, I'm clicking the AP stone and blasting his ass. I can't wait. Stones are cheating? Yeah, maybe you should get some stones. Both literally and figuratively. Use Adania armor? Ew. Joke's on you. Adania armor purple glow doesn't mean shit to me if I can enhance my fucking armors. Shit doesn't glow anyways. Is it better money? Definitely better money, yeah. I think Zephyros is still better, but it's way more of an enjoyable spot. Way fucking more of an enjoyable spot. Disto, I need you running recon for me, okay? I need you to chill in your back line. Like, we're gonna hop in Discord and you're gonna Discord stream. And I just need to make sure that you always keep Arc in your sights, so then I can fucking stream snipe him. Okay? Deal? Perfect. You're fucking done, Arc. You are so done. You're a fucking dunzos. Even better! Yo, Disto. Now we are on. Holy. Who are you looking for, Disto? I'll make sure I keep an eye out for them, too. Wait a minute, I just realized this is a trap. Disto is going to use Arc for bait, so while I'm ganking Arc, Disto ganks me. This son of a bitch! No wonder why you're so eager, you motherfucker! I'm on to you! Casters, Rangers, and Archers. Ooh, so Huntler. Oh, that's content. Okay, okay, okay. Yo, we trade Caster for Caster. I take Arc, you take Huntler. This is beautiful. Yo, what's up, Enlave? Good afternoon or evening for you. Wait till the Suck Witch comes in and ganks all of you. Thinking that these guilds have Suck Witches. LOL. We know all casters play wizards because they are afraid of female genitalia. Back to my homeline grind? I know, this place is nice, it's refreshing. Remember grinding here on Warrior, this was like one of the few spots where Warrior, even though it was a very below average grinder, it did well here. Because back in the day, like using like a pack like this, right? Ground Roar was goated for pulling all of these mobs to the crystal. Yeah. Oh, Suck Warrior was nuts here. I remember grinding here when Suck was first added to the game. Holy. Suck Warrior was so dirty. Because it had like a 13-second grab, and it had so many down smashes that it was damn near impossible to not reset. Every fucking combo was a reset combo, damn near guaranteed. It's crazy. You grab somebody, you combo them, knock them down, reset them, knock them down, combo them, down smash them again, and then they go to stand up and you grab them again. Oh my god, the good days. Yeah. The bigger skill gap back in the day wasn't even that. The bigger skill gap was knowing when to swap when you're an Awakened Warrior. Having to manually swap to do like things like ground smash and grab and charging thrust and all that shit. It's amazing how much they've dumbed down Warrior over the years compared to what it used to be. I just really wonder now with like Savior being a very clear successor to Warrior. Does that mean Warrior's just gonna be forever forgotten now? Is Warrior, Awakened Warrior, like the Suck Striker of Striker? I've been seeing Bobo playing Seraph too, so I'm really excited to see, like, when the AOS season starts, I think he's gonna be the man to watch. The Meiwa of Meiwas? You mean Awakened Meiwa of Meiwas? That too. Awakened Meiwa is another forgotten class. Suck Meiwa is still solid. It's not meta, but it's definitely solid. Not Awakened Meiwa though. That shit's in the dumps. That's probably the class. Of all the specs in the game, I think that's the one in the most need of work. Can't wait to see Bobo with 6 Seraph. Why stop there? He might as well take the whole top 20. Bobo 1, Bobo 2, Bobo 3, Bobo 4, Bobo 5, Bobo 6, Bobo 7. Dragar. Yeah. I also think it needs more stamina on the successive dashes. Like, I think the first dash should stay the same, but the second dash should cost more, and the third dash should cost even more than that. So you have to consider, do I want to do 1 dash, 2 dash, or 3 dashes? But she covers so much distance with those dashes. I guess alternatively they could do that too and reduce the distance covered on with the dashes, but I don't know, I feel like that'd be a lot less fun. Her 3 dashes are basically like a warrior's charging thrust with a 3-second cooldown. Imagine if Awakened Warrior had Charging Thrust on a 3-second cooldown. And they would still technically be better than Charging Thrust with a 3-second cooldown because she could split it in 3 different parts, right? And it starts with an iframe. So it's actually, it would still be better! Oh my god. You can't split the dash, but you can stop it, right? That's my point. That's what I mean by split. I know you can't stop and then do the dashes later. But if you stop and do something else, then your dash is ready then anyways, practically. As long as it's one of the more reasonable animations. Like, I'm pretty sure if you did one dash and then a grave digging, by the time you land from the grave digging, or whatever her version is called, the dash is ready again. Or pretty damn close. Because you could do dash 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 WF dash 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 shift F dash 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 WLMB, maybe a quick Q dash dash dash, and practically start that shit all over again. Yeah, Shift F, it doesn't cover as much distance. I think WF and WLMB are the crazier ones, but this is obviously, right, a lot of our, like everybody's criticisms of Seraph are going to come from different angles. I think SA heavy classes, well, everybody's probably going to complain about the grab, but especially SA melee classes. Because if you have to get in close and you're primarily SA, that makes you super susceptible to the grab. I feel like Shift F isn't going to be as scary for an Awakened Sage, because we're normally going to be positioned far enough away, throwing damage at her, that the Shift F won't, by itself, won't be enough to get behind us. It'll only be a problem if you position yourself too close. But WF and WLMB are just like impaling flashes. Just get a nice little angle on it, slightly aim for behind the Awakened Sage, and or anybody with a forward guard, and get those catches behind forward guards. Yeah. You know when Suck Sage was first added, it didn't recover stamina in Q block. It was a bug that they ended up fixing. Maybe Seraph needs that. How they'll play out? Anybody who's playing a bruiser class that tries to run just one or two of those to enable them to take a couple hits, they're getting fucked the most, because they're going to be a little bit squishier, but they're going to lose a chunk of damage, like a Z buff worth of damage. So it really hurts that playstyle. For the bigger problem that what people were complaining about, the losers that run 6 of those, I mean, technically it is a nerf, and a little bit is, you know, better than nothing, but it doesn't affect that as much. In fact, I think a lot of those classes that I just mentioned that needed 1 or 2 crystals to be bruisers, right, and actually, like, be able to take a hit, they're now going to be forced to run 6 crystals. So we might end up seeing more tanks, not less. It's going to be like either your full blast or your full DP. I feel like they kind of killed the in-between, which was not as much of a problem. Oh, Awakened Zerk? Sounds like it would be absolutely bullied by Seraph for sure. Because I feel like they'd be able to keep up. Like, my biggest issue is if the Awakened Zerk knows that I'm on them and they kite me, I will burn so much stamina trying to chase them down. And yeah, I can keep them out of the fight, but simultaneously they're keeping me out of the fight. And then if all of a sudden, once I'm out of stamina, somebody turns on me, I'm completely screwed. So I have to be super careful if I'm trying to pressure an Awakened Zerk. Where I feel like a Seraph, on the other hand, could just keep chasing. Now, take this with a grain of salt. I've always thought that, like, Suck Striker, and I will even lean this towards Awakened Zerker. I feel like if they leaned into the cannon and, like, Suck Striker, like, more, like, Hadoukens and shit like that, little balls of energy at throw, kind of turn them into, like, a pseudo range class, and lean into that, I think that could be interesting. Maybe give a little bit more range to Awaken Zerker's closer range abilities. Because some of them, they gotta get really close. Maybe just put, like, a little bit more range on them. Not like a long range class, but kind of like Awakened Sage type range. What do you guys feel about that? Zerks. Awakened Zerk players. How do you guys feel about that? That's what I'm interested in. You think that'd be cool, or you think that would just... That's not what you signed up for Awakened Zerk for, and you don't want that? How's the XP in Star's End? It's good. How about Suck Sage range? Suck Sage range is perfectly fine. It's like the same as Awakened Sage range. Aside for like Void Gateway and Finishing Touch, but... Or Detonation. Awakened Sage and Suck Sage have very similar range on almost all their abilities. I caught a little bit of the D&D stream, but then I had to head out. I'd like to go back and actually watch from where I left off. I only got to watch like the first 30 minutes or maybe an hour. Looked like, compared to the first one, you guys put a little bit more effort into it, too. Not saying you didn't put effort into the first one, but it sounds like you had a better idea of what you wanted to do coming into this one. To expand on the first one. Start of the campaign is always the slowest, yeah, because you got to kind of set up all the characters and the landscape and all that shit, right? So that's why I really got to get back into it, because I just had time to watch the setup. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool, Enlave. I wish that you guys didn't do stuff based on the West Coast, because it would be really cool to be involved in that stuff. But it just sucks that. Like, noon for you guys when you normally start these things is right when I gotta go pick up my kids. Maybe it's time to tell the kids to drop out. No more school. Daddy's gotta play D&D. Or Black Desert and not Dragons. Stuff like that is a lot of fun, though. I wonder... Here's just a thought, Enlave. I don't know how plausible this is. But I wonder if there would be a way to incorporate, like, the community into it a bit, at least in terms of, like, spectating, where... You have everybody that's on the stream participating, right? Not the viewers, but the actual people who, like, Mr. Rapola's Choice, all those guys, right? But, like, set up the adventures so they got to go to places in-game. And then like you could spawn an NPC, and when you're like, yeah, da 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 da, right? This happens, and then you spawn like a similar NPC from the BDO universe into it, and then like the community of people watching could show up and actually watch in game too. I wonder if there'd be some way to kind of bring those two things together. And then maybe you could incorporate some fun things where like you spawn a treasure chest, and like everybody who's there in game, if they hit the chest, they could get a little bit of loot out of it too, instead of it having to be like a code that you redeem. $500,000 crons? Okay. At that point, why doesn't it just give you the items? Jesus. Yeah, cool in life. Yeah, I like this. I think a lot of people enjoy watching things like this. It's a lot more interesting. Like, I'm sure you remember the Mysteries of Summer thing. People loved that. Obviously, that was a lot more in-game involved, but that was such a cool event. I kind of wish you guys did more stuff like that. Even though I didn't participate in it, it was fun watching everybody try to figure things out and scrambling. Daily boss check. 0. It's the golem and the arm. I believe both of them can drop it. That's why most groups are very, very focused on making sure they kill the arm and don't fuck it up. Because it basically doubles your chances at the ring if you're making sure you get every arm versus not. More spots like Mirrorwalk? Mirrorwalk is, yeah, I think one of the coolest design spots that I would really like to see them. Honestly, if they ended up making underwater like that and then you end up killing like a big crab as a boss, that'd be fucking sick. That'd be so cool. Make it like that big crab on Moana, right? Fucking all blinged out, spinning around, slapping people around. Singing about how shiny shit is. Thoughts? Play the class you enjoy the most. That's the most important thing. It's a game. No. Yes. Tulu? I don't know about that. Can't be having Tulu dying of just fucking random adventures. That's the type of creature you save for the day the servers shut down, and then all of a sudden fucking you see Tulu appear in the distance and everything fades to black, and that's when the servers shut down. Destroys the world? World doesn't look destroyed to me. What are you talking about? Well, I gotta do my farms.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid you could you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid you could.
$30, 730. I do recommend Sage. It's my favorite class. I really enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, then you're not my friend. Awakened Sage, good for PvE, PvP, or suck one? Awakened Sage is good for everything. Suck Sage, one of the best large-scale classes. Because of its incapability of getting consistent back attacks, it struggles in some PvE spots. It's not that it has a damage problem, its damage is great, it's just... yeah. Just can't get back attacks very reliably, and that makes its damage fall off. Now at a place like Star's End, back attack's not so important. So, because you're getting those down attacks, you don't have to worry about positioning. Of course, I get a double bowl when one fucking spawns. God damn it. By the way, Ark, I don't know if you saw that. Those bowls, that's gonna be you tonight. Yeah, see that little violent parasitic bee? See that? Wait, where is it? Is it not on the bush? There, this is Ark right here. Look at him. Little fucking grass beetle looking ass. Boom! Fucking dead, just like that. You know, then we're gonna step on him. We're gonna teabag him. Or actually just gonna lay down right on him. I gotta stream Siege? No. Did you stole family members? How could they? How could they? It's actually inevitable. Whenever a guild cucks out to another guild, they eventually get cannibalized by the bigger guild. Because people start asking themselves, if we're just going to be always in the same fights and being subservient to them, then why don't I join them and get the rewards too? Right? That's always happened with like any guild that's becomes too affiliated with another. Some quicker than others. Are the DP Dawn crystal changes good? I mean, any step in that direction is good. They just could have been better. The bigger problem was the people running 6 crystals, and it didn't really hit that problem very much. It hit the hybrids real hard, though. The people who run 1 or 2, because they play SA heavy classes and need a little bit of tankiness. They're the ones that are getting really fucked, because they're going to be a little bit squishier, and they're going to do a lot. Like if they ran, anybody who ran 2 of those crystals, for example, they're losing 40 AP and like 10 DR. That's over a Z buff worth of AP, right? That's a lot of AP. Swing and a miss, yeah. Not necessarily a swing and a miss, more of a swing and a glancing blow at the real problem, and someone else standing beside the real problem got hit in the face. could run DR offhand and be the same AP. That's kind of funny. And you know what? I wonder if you compare that trade-off to just like dropping your sovereign offhand for like an evasion offhand or a DR offhand, if it ends up being a similar trade. Because if that's the case, that's fucking crazy. BA1 GM buffs? I don't give a fuck about no GM buffs. I'm max drop rate. Actually, how much XP did GM buffs again? I think it's 300, right? Never mind, we're going. No, 30% drop rate. We had this conversation already. Not 30% drop rate. Not the drop rate. We're not talking about the drop rate. We're talking about the XP. I'm going to go find out right now. What did you say? BA1. Yeah, well, I'm going to remember for sure this time. This is the time for fucking real, okay? Your loot scroll has 20 seconds left. Sounds like my sex life. Nope, 0 seconds. No. Okay, where is it? Where's that buff? Press the fucking button, lolly. See, 30%. I fucking told you guys. Oh my god, I can't believe you guys bait me here every time. Every goddamn time. Why do I keep doing this to myself? More spots like Ors? Yeah, Ors was a pretty fun spot. No, I haven't. I have not played Suck Sage in so long that, like, if I were to consider doing that, I feel like I need to, like, spec Suck Sage and just go spend the rest of the day in the RBF and just try to shake off the rust. You gotta remember, I didn't play Suck Sage. Like, back when I played Suck Sage, you couldn't, like, rift out of form shift. It still had the 4-second cooldown on rift. Finishing touch couldn't be used on its own. There's a lot of things that I would have to get used to. To me, it's not the fact that we have so many forward guards that's the problem. It's the fact that there's so many abilities now that just go through forward guards that if you're a forward guard heavy class, it's fucking cooked. You could be even watching your positioning perfectly, right? And everybody's in front of you, your back's against the wall, and some fucking class, like an Awakened Wusa, just CCs you through your forward guard. You have people just appearing behind you because they got abilities that just move behind you and CC you. Like, that shit is just so fucking obnoxious. That's what makes forward guards feel miserable. Random Suck Nova spawn. Yeah, the Suck Nova's off. The Suck Nova's off holding Q while 4 people beat on it, and then the pawn decides to TP to you a mile away and CC you. It's like, oh, well, that's fucking nice, stupid fucking pawn. I'm looking at the recruit watch of like people who left and joined guilds, Leifonda. And all I'm seeing is like Rujinx, Details, like those guys. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense, right? I'd totally expect those guys, especially if we're going to be having a potential 1v1 tonight. Those guys are going to go back for that. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that those guys are going to be more loyal to them than to family. I imagine after the fight, too, they might just go back to you guys if that's what they're doing, just fucking around more casually. Yeah. Do you think this global change will change rock meta or just slightly alter? Barely. In fact, I think there's a potential to be more rocks, not less, because of it. I think what's going to happen is these classes that needed one or two in order to, like one or two DP skittles, in order to feel like they could take a hit and be effective in large scale, they're now going to be forced to go 6 skittles or just die standing. Family Core is digital overflow. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Maybe the DP people die a little bit faster because there will also be more people running full AP. There's kind of like some nuance to it, right? That's going to be kind of like a wait and see type deal. But the people who run 6 didn't, like, they were the bigger problem, was the people who run 6 DP crystals. And those are the ones that are getting hit the least. But yeah, if there's enough blasters that maybe the DP guys start dying, then maybe that will eventually shift the meta, because like it could cause a snowballing effect, right? If you have a lot more full AP people and a lot more DP people, but because you have a lot more AP people, DP people are still dying, then they're going to say, well, I'm dying anyways, I might as well just go full AP. And then it might snowball, because the less DP people you have, the more it'll be easy for the AP people to focus fire on specific DP people, because there isn't fucking 20 of them just randomly CCing everybody. It could snowball. Return of the evasion meta? Not even close. Evasion got nerfed harder than DR. Evasion lost DR and AP and didn't even gain evasion. Now, you might look at those evasion crystals and be like, oh, they gained evasion. But when you take a look at how much accuracy people are going to be going up if they run one or more crystal, you realize it's a loss in evasion, a loss in DR, and a loss in AP. Evasion got nerfed harder. The main reason there's a few classes that can get away with running evasion right now has nothing to do with the strength of evasion and has to do with the strength of DR. And I'm not talking about the DR that evasion classes have while being evasion. I'm talking about the fact that why would you sacrifice AP to be stronger against 3 people and make yourself weaker to the other 97? Almost everybody is just going full blast AP. So by nerfing DR, if you nerf the DR crystals more, it would allow people to wear more accuracy and would simultaneously nerf the evasion people. Except most people don't use a Han evasion. There's no difference. The only difference between a Han and a Jin evasion is HP. It's 150 HP. You can get away with just Jins. Both the DR... Oh, yeah. Most evasion people, yeah, they don't run any... Yeah, I see what you mean. I got hung up on Hans. Yeah, when I'm running Evasion, that's exactly right. I run Hooms, I run Bitters, I run Hate. I'm not equipping a green crystal. That's why I haven't even bothered upgrading any of my crystals, my defensive crystals, because I just never fucking use them, right? I have the AP ones, my 2 accuracies that I use, but these ones, I just left them, because I'm like, I never use them, why upgrade them? So yeah, you're absolutely right. In cases like that, you're just down. People just got free accuracy against you. A free 24 accuracy, right? Because I think they went up to 84 accuracy from 60. So yeah, they just gained 24 accuracy for free. It goes to show how out of touch Pearl Abyss is with the problem in the community. Diminishing returns just make it more complicated. There's no need for diminishing returns. There's just... It completely does not make any sense why there's so much DR on them. Back in the day, cadres used to give like 20 or 21 DR for all the AP you lost. Those crystals, in their current implementation, not the new one, I didn't even hear myself get muted. You guys want to know one of the main reasons why people did so much more damage to DR than Evasion back in the day? And why Evasion seems significantly tankier? True damage. Because when you dodged an attack, every ability hit 2 to 3 times more times than it does now. And true damage only applied if the target hit, if the ability hit. So Evasion was mitigating true damage, but DR was not. And true damage was a lot more effective back then. That was one of the primary reasons DR got absolutely fucking smoked by people back in the day. But once again, Pearl Abyss didn't understand this, right? And then they overbuffed DR. Once again, demonstrating that they don't play their game. They don't understand how damage distribution happens in their own game. They think they know, but they don't. And they've demonstrated time and time again that they don't. And that's the thing about these people who are running 6 rock crystals. People are like, oh, these people who are running 6 rock crystals, they're not going to do damage anymore. It's like, no, they weren't doing damage before. All of the damage they were hitting you with is the true damage from their harmonies. And they're still going to have that damage because it's true damage. So even though those crystals went from approximately minus 40 to minus 60 AP, they're still going to do the exact same damage because it's the true damage that's being applied. And guess what? When you have 30 rock losers all piled up doing that true damage, that's still going to kill people, right? Tackle the hybrid abusers in small scale? In what small scale, though? What small scale is there to tackle for that? They've discouraged all, like, open world PvP. Solaire is capped. Guild League, the problem wasn't the hybrids, it was the DP memes, like having a bunch of people running 6 of those fucking things. There wasn't a single environment where both of those builds were relevant, and the 6 Skittle ones were the bigger problem. It's always the 6 Skittles that are the bigger problem. Now, you might have a problem with Striker and Mystic being tanky, but once again, people are perceiving the inherent Striker Mystic tankiness with it being DP crystals. So, think about that for a second. If they decided to do the change in this way to target hybrids, and they were specifically doing it with Mystic and Striker in mind, well, every other class that isn't Striker or Mystic got turbo fucked because of it.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Once again, demonstrating that they don't know their game. Right? Because whenever you talk about people being like, oh, this class is too tanky, I can't believe it can still one-combo me and be that tanky. And you're like, oh yeah, what class you talking about? They almost, like, 99% of the time they mention Striker or Mystic. I don't know, it just never made sense to me. Like, if something like that is a problem, let's say they did want to focus on making Striker Mystic squishier. Why do a sweeping change that affects everybody else who's running hybrid, that it's perfectly reasonable, nobody's complaining about it, and make their gameplay suffer just because you're trying to target two classes? Why not just focus on maybe figuring out what it is about those two classes that makes it so unfun for other people to play against? These days, even Striker and Mystic, well, maybe not Mystics, but even Strikers don't seem to be having as much fun as they used to. You give armor penetration, and it makes problems worse, not better. Once again, that's a sweeping change that predominantly benefits range classes and iframe classes, and everybody else gets fucked. How about just target what is the problem? People stacking 6 DR crystals. And then you don't have to complicate balancing PvP further. They're already having difficulty. We got 4 stats. DR, AP, accuracy, evasion. We have 4, and they are struggling with balancing it. And you're suggesting they add a 5th. Very minor, Pwn. Not as hard as the hybrid people got hit. Yeah, the people stacking 6 got hit a little bit, but that was more of a slap on the wrist or a glancing blow. The people who are running only 1 or 2 crystals, they got turbo fucked. Yeah. It's a reasonable amount. They'll be taking more damage. I think they might be taking more damage because people are going to be either all or nothing. You're going to see like a lot of these hybrid builds that are in the middle that are running 1 or 2 crystals. You're going to see them either move full blast or full DR. And because there will be more full blast, it might mean the people who are full DR maybe die a bit quicker. Because not only is there more AP people, they do have like approximately 30 less DP, which is something. I mean, 30 DP less is nothing to scoff at, right? I think that mostly affects classes like Shy, for example, that have really low DR to begin with. I think they're going to get hit harder than, like, let's say your Valks or your Zerkers. The percent damage reduction contributes massively too, specifically with those Zerkers, right? They're just never getting CC'd unless they're being grabbed, and they're just standing there in your ball and spinning and shit like that, right? And then they have the DR percentage on top of that for sure. Because when those classes do get CC'd, you're right, they do start to take damage. And yeah, 30 DR less is a noticeable amount. I mean, to put it into perspective, right? Like, I like to play full blast. And if I go like full blast and try to squeeze in like 10 more AP, I notice it against them. So them dropping 30 DR, I know I'm definitely going to notice it with the way I build. Then you got Sorks running rock meta. Do you? I don't really see a lot of Sorks, and all the Sorks I see are like Grim and stuff, and they're fucking scary as hell. I just see them fucking appear behind me, and if I get caught with a little booty blast, that's all it takes, and I'm mist in the wind. I don't know. There's multiple variables at play. I am interested to see how it plays out. There's no doubt that it is a nerf, but I don't know. I mean, maybe we should run a poll. How many of you think it's enough, and how many of you think that they... I don't know, how do we phrase this? Let me see what you guys think. Was the Skittle nerf effective versus or enough against 6 Skittle rocks? Let's make sure it's very clear so there's not any confusion about what we're asking. Yes. Those rock losers are fucked. Oh, I can't type that. Rock losers are done. No. Hit them harder. Who cares? Let's see, I'll do a little 2-minute poll, you guys. What do you guys think? I feel like this poll is going to be biased, actually, because of the way I phrase the answers. I think people are so angry with rock builds that they're going to just vote too because they're just fucking mad. I feel like it's going to be hard to get people to stay objective against something they've been so passionately against for the last 6 months. Is this poll in English? Yes. Are you saying I don't speak English? Skittle rocks? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We call them Skittles because they're colorful. I don't know, outside of like... I don't know. Taste the rainbow, yeah. A little bit of evasion, a little bit of accuracy. The true meta, hybridize your defensive stats. All I know is I'm looking for Arc, and Arc exclusively. I don't care if we win or lose, as long as Arc dies at least 3 times by my hand. That's a W. What if, and I'm not saying that I think this is a good idea, I haven't put much thought into it. What if the same percentage, if your class has an increased percentage of damage reduction while standing in super armor. What if you had that same percentage in the negative while CC'd? So if you had 20% damage reduction standing, you had minus 20% while CC'd. So it was a 40% swing. Am I cooking? Or is that just a cooked idea? Yeah. If you got 30% standing, you got minus 30% CC, 60% swing. Sounds just bad. Permadeath meta. Woo! I like it. As an iframe class, I approve. I mean, just don't get CC'd, and then you never have to worry about it. Says the ranged iframer. Hey, if you take a look at my kit, I probably have more forward guards than most of you guys. I just happen to blink around like a fucking stupid idiot, being a pain in the ass to track while being forward guarded. I very infrequently get CC'd by the target I'm fighting, but I very frequently get CC'd by some random shit flying around me. Skill buffs don't count? No. What about movement skills? Do those count? Because if those don't count, then I only have 2 as well. That's right, backed you into a corner. Put you in a real weird spot. Is form shift a movement skill? Yes, sir. It's either a movement skill or a damage skill, but depending on what you pick, applies to my abilities too. I got 1 movement skill. Shit. But it's spammable. I wish I had a spammable movement skill. You don't need more than 1 if you could just spam it. I wish Awakening Sage could Rift Chain out of Form Shift. I'd actually unlock Form Shift then. And then probably eventually relock it, but it might be fun for a little bit. You know what my concern is, though? That let's assume that our predictions are true, and we might be wrong, but let's assume that they're true for a second, and let's say that the people running 6 DR Skittles are still, like, even though they're still squishy, it's still just as annoying of a problem as it is now, and people keep complaining about it. My concern is, if that is true, then Pearl Abyss will tackle this problem in the wrong way, and they'll just start buffing AP, and then ranged and iframe classes are going to go crazy. And we're just going to create a completely new problem. That is my concern of what the next step will be if this problem isn't fixed by this. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically that's an old problem. Yeah. I mean, you could basically just get them to take off one crystal, right? And that would simulate how much DR they're losing approximately. 6 rock is going to be the equivalent of 5 rock now. Approximately. I do it for laziness, so I can look at my chat and just keep holding F and going to interrogate and talk to you guys. If you think there's a rhyme or reason why I'm doing anything right now, I'm just hitting buttons. I am not a min-maxing type of guy. After I kill the pack, I'll typically throw like a lightning prison, because like while I'm waiting for my pets to pick up the loot that's on the ground, I might as well kill a few more mobs, right? So, yeah, I guess if you mean clean up in that sense, I'm kind of doing that. Right? Watch, like... Pack dies. I'll just try to pick a direction that I see lots of mobs around. Although this pack's usually kind of scattered because it's such a wide area. But like this next area, the mobs usually are a lot closer. I honestly... I don't know. I thought it would have been funny if they just did like minus 10% movement speed per DR crystal you equip. Above, starting at 30% and at 3 crystals. So as soon as you equip that 3rd crystal, minus 30%. And then 40, 50, 60%. So if you went turtle mode, you are actually a turtle. But then the people running 2 crystals, 1 or 2 could still run 1 or 2. But then again, that would probably be abused. People go turtle mode just to have really long grab animations on you. Maybe that'd be the play for like Awaken Hash and Awaken Sage, because when an Awaken Sage and Awaken Hash grab you, you can be air attacked while you're in that grab animation. And if they could lengthen that animation... What's new with you, good sir? Not much, just beating up mobs. I dumped like 2 trillion silver into life scaling gear because, I mean, they're time gating everything, so why not? I'm sure I have plenty of time to hoard away a ton more silver before the next content comes now. That's about it. How many taps for Shining? How many cycles have we had? So 14 taps? Five per cycle minus 1. I streamed it today. Chill. Pretty chill stream. Just hitting my circles. Trying to think about what I want to do for dinner. I forgot to pull something out, so none of the meat in my freezer's thawed. Tonight might be a pizza night. I don't think they're doing that, but I am hoping. Because I think one of the biggest complaints for hardcore, people were like, I don't want to do other classes. I want to play my class. So maybe that's the reason for the delay. I hope so. Because, like, if Sage was available on hardcore, I would have played it a lot more. Luckily for me, I used to main Warrior, so I didn't mind playing Warrior on there, but it just wasn't something I wanted to sit there on. It'll be interesting to see how many of our complaints get addressed. You did Sork? Yeah, so... Yeah. If you main Sork, Zerker, Warrior, or Ranger, you had a great time. Is Mom home yet? Oh, okay, that's why they came down. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go talk to my wife. Chair? What? You like my chair stream? Was a good chair. Yeah, now it's got this stupid ass on it. I'll definitely have to be on top of my signups next week, though. I really want to see how it feels. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be the same, like a kite shield versus those. How much DR does a kite give? No. Shouldn't have been in the market to killing that back. I wonder if Good is even making money here at Star's End. I swear to God, every hour I look at my chat log and he's died again. If he's losing a crystal every time, I feel like he's in the negative. Is it that dangerous? I think it's one of those spots where it's like super chill, but as soon as you stop paying attention and if you just let the mobs pile up on you and swing at you, they hit real hard. So all of a sudden you're just like, you're chilling, you look at your side monitor and you look back and you're dead. Because you just got lazy for 1 second and you let the mobs all run up and hit you. How much DR though? These days, I feel like we gotta train everybody to get more in the habit of just using their total stats. Non-Adonia DR? What do you mean Adonia DR? There's only Monster DR, there isn't Adonia DR. Like these crystals, for example, if you're thinking about this is monster damage reduction, not Adonia damage reduction. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's either that or I run like a Dark Fang or something. But that's 5 AP and I'm already over the cap, so like, you know, what's the point? Although my... Actually, what am I missing right now? Oh, it was my Z buff. 805? Yeah, so you should be reasonably tanky. That's only a little bit squishier than me, right? That's 20 less AP. Sarah's probably the same deal, where if you get distracted, you could die really quickly. But if you kind of stay focused, you should be fine. The hell? Who's in my fucking spot? Oh, never mind. I'm in my spot. Too many of those instant crystals. I'm feeling fucking schizo right now, goddamn. Why wouldn't you, instead of doing one horse, wouldn't you put 4 in your carriage and do all 4 in one night? Then it's 4 bill, right? In one night. I don't think you need to get to level 23, though. I think your goal is to just level 15 and then sell them, right? Oh, if you get them to max level, do they go higher? Ah. Has anybody done a like a opportunity cost calculation? Not that there is much opportunity while you're sleeping, but like how much more money if it takes you 2 nights and you go 2 nights? How much is that second night worth? I'm sure somebody's like done the math on that. That's good to know, though, because when I do eventually do them, I should probably just make sure that I'm popping all my buffs all night and put on my 3000 mastery. Arc? Oh, you better keep that energy tonight, fella. I told you. I'm fucking looking for you. All this yapping, you're just motivating me. You're fueling me, Arc. I can't wait. I can't wait to see that cute little booty standing somewhere thinking it's safe. And go Scholar. Oh my goodness. Just spam them iframes. Or change your name to not LDX. And none of us will know. Huh? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, I don't have horse buffs. That's what I'm missing. Can we make horse buffs last for 3 hours, please? And thank you.
He puffed like puny wizard.
Where is it? Where is it? There we go. You guys want a little sneak peek at Huntler's stream tonight?
Wizard does no damage. Fuck all these rock loser. Please fix your game. Use code HUNTLER at checkout.
That's gonna be Huntler singing that shit too. Oh. No, this is definitely not just step one. I wish I was on that cope, but I mean, we'll wait and see. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Yeah. Step 2, 2027. We get new weapons and accessories, and everybody goes up 30 AP, and we go back to just killing each other standing. And the pendulum swings all the way back. Exalted sob weapons, yeah. And in order to enhance your sovereign exalted weapon, you have to melt pen black stars. And use Krons. The thing is it was way more. And it wasn't the same, because back then, right, like if you're referring to back when people had to run accessories, it was a lot more silver. It was actually closer to 1 trillion if you wanted to run the good ones like Ethereals and a Pen Riverneck, Pen Centaur, Pen Cadres or Jesus. But it was like diversified DP in order to do it. It wasn't all in on one. So you could still build accuracy to kill those guys. I remember on my Suck Sage, all of those shies, I'd equip an accuracy offhand on my Suck Sage. God damn, they fucking disappeared. It was hilarious. But yeah, there was the cost. It was way more expensive than it is now. And it was a combination of DR and evasion, so you could still counter it. Mind you, you had to be on the right classes to counter it, right? Obviously, if you were an Awaken hash back then, you had literally 0 accuracy. Where if you were a Suck Sage, you had enough accuracy to... You basically had a built-in accuracy offhand. Yeah. Divios, have you managed to get one of the rare bosses here yet? I've been grinding here like a fucking loser. And I still have not managed to get one of them. I'm starting to think it's like a collective effort to just fuck with me and they don't exist. You guys are just teasing me. Oh, you should have abandoned that a long time ago. I honestly think it was just rhetorical. I don't think they were actually giving options. I think it was just fucking rhetoric. I think they were just being like, if you guys don't like these changes, then these are the things we're gonna have to do. And like at the same time, they're basically saying we don't want to do these things. And that's why we do the things we do, right? I honestly think it was more like that. I think just the way they communicated it made it seem like it was an option, but it was never an option. And you should have known that too, right? Not you specifically, the community. Because that whole patch that caused that whole conversation got trickled into the game over the next 6 months. Like almost every single one of those changes that people were freaking out about 80% of them ended up in the game by 6 months later. Instead of doing it all in one patch, they snuck it in over a series of patches. Big guy gives 200? Apparently it does, yeah. Corgi got the big rare boss yesterday? Of course he would. Fucking Velks. I wonder how many Canadians we have in Pico. Too many? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Honestly, though, people still talk like they want that option too. They want more forward guards. But if you ask any single person, okay, it's time to your class, time to give you forward guards. Every single one of them's like, no. When we were talking forward guards, I meant forward guards for everyone else, not my class. So everybody wants everybody else to have forward guards. Nobody wants their class to have forward guards. So guess what? That means nobody wants forward guards. Yeah, they would like it. Like, I personally, as much as I don't like the Lightning Prison forward guard change, there are situations I do like it. I like that it's situational and you get to pick, right? And if you pick poorly, you get punished for it. I think that creates an interesting dynamic. I was one of the few sages that said, hey, you know what? A forward guard on Lightning Prison isn't the end of the world. It sucks in some situations. It's good in others. It requires a more thought in your gameplay. There could have been much worse things that they put a forward guard on, right? They could have put a forward guard on Riftstorm, which means you now lock that ability and never use it. It's a PvE ability. Riftstorm would be hot dog shit with a forward guard. Imagine dimensional compression with a forward guard. Right? There's so many abilities that they could have put a forward guard on, that would have been terrible. So Lightning Prison, I think, is a good middle ground. You can instantly cancel it. It's up to you to use it properly. Oh, that's true. Yeah, for Suck Sage, it would be Giga, because you can SA and forward guard. For Awakened Sage, it would be cooked. That's the crazy thing about Suck Sage. If you look at the Suck Sage kit, it looks like one of the most unprotected classes in the whole game. Until you look at Rift Chain and understand what that does. I do not have a guide, but I have a link to a guide. If you type !Awaken !Sage guide, there's a really good guide made by a guy named Archive for Awakening Sage. No problem. It's not a passive, it's your Rift Chain. So your Rift Chain ability, that's this ability here, right? This, when it's on cooldown, or off cooldown and you use it, when you come out, you get a super armor buff, like a blanket. Like, you know how, like, Guardian, when it E-buffs, it gets a super armor buff? It's like that. And it lasts for, 3 seconds? 2 seconds. Maybe I can't fucking remember now. 2 seconds, yeah. I wanted to say 3, but I was like, no, that would have been really crazy. So that 2 second super armor can be stacked with a forward guard ability, right? So if you come out of an ability and you do a forward guard ability, it's basically SA forward guard. And any ability that's unprotected is forward guard. Now, the reason why that's crazy is back in the day when Suck Sage had a 4-second Rift Chain, well, when you do Rift Chain, that's almost 2 seconds right there, and then you had a 2-second super armor, so it basically meant you were almost permanently protected. There was just a little tiny gap. So you were basically a permanently protected class. Basically, you did Rift Chain, any unprotected ability you wanted, then you did a protected ability, then you Rift Chain again and start the cycle over. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing too, like when you're in those game modes that show protections, SA buffs don't show as an icon above their head. So it'll look like they're unprotected, or it'll look like it's just a forward guard, but it's still super armor. There's a trick for fighting Suck Sages, though. So when they do a Rift Chain, now the problem is you gotta have effects turned on to see it. But if you have effects turned on, whenever they do a Rift Chain, either 1 or 2 wisps pop out of where they were, right? So when I do this, there's me and there's the fake one. Well, me, I'm invisible. The fake one you can see. So you always ignore the purple one. The purple one, you always ignore, because that's the fake one. You can't see. Even with effects on, you can't see the real Sage. When the Sage uses it on cooldown, it's only super armor. And you will see 2 wisps. You will see one that's purple, you ignore that, and you'll see one that's white. That's the Sage, and when he comes out of that one, he doesn't have the super armor. But you have to have effects on to see it. And once you do, and you turn effects on, Suck Sage becomes the easiest thing to deal with. Yeah. It's been playing a lot of Maiden today, and I am not complaining. Can you show Sov color? I mean, you can see it right now, right? Every time I'm doing shit. Oh? What's up, Ian? Or if I changed something to my face today? Oh, no, I don't have that shit on. I turned that shit off. The virtual camera? Yeah, just unnecessary. I mean, yeah, I have it turned on right now and it's making my nose bigger. My nose normally isn't this big, I promise. Do I ever listen to Ghost? Maybe? Spotify's just autoplaying, so if it's similar to this, I wouldn't be surprised if it's come up once or twice. Oh, Ninja Grab is practically range. Yeah, fuck that shit. There was a game. Who was I fighting? I can't remember. There was a fucking Black Rose Ninja on the other team in AOS, and god damn that fucking grab. He grabbed me from so fucking far away. No, there's something they do where it's like an instant transition from distance into a grab. It's crazy. Like it gets you from really far. Yeah, technically they move to you and then it's melee range, but whatever that ability that is that they do into that, it might as well be a range grab at that point. I wish I had the clip. I actually deleted the clips recently. There was one clip where I had to fucking shadow play that shit because I was like, what the fuck? But why did they make Awakened Guardian grab coded as melee? Are you asking for consistency from one of the most inconsistent companies? I think you're running a fool's errand right now. Pearl Abyss, the only thing they are consistent with is being inconsistent. That's it. If you're asking for consistency in this game at this point, you're either a new player or you haven't been paying attention. There are a lot of things that are so inconsistent in this game. That's what they should have done. They should have made it essay on attempt and fail, unprotected on fail. Because in order for you to punish the attempt, you need to dodge the grab. And if by dodging the grab, that's the window, that means you've lost the window avoiding the grab. Which means now the only time you punish a grab is when you do it by accident. It should have been super armor on attempt and unprotected on failure, the complete opposite. Because then when you do dodge the grab, now you have the opening to punish it. It would be cool if they added abilities to the game. Like, let's say Dosa's block. Like how it's not something you hold, but if you tap it at the right time, you get a little heal. It'd be cool if they had something like that on classes, where if you do that at the
Elio,
right
when a
time,
bunch of
and if they
autists
try
make
to
a good
grab
combat
you,
flow, but spaghetti code everything else.
if you tried to do that, or if somebody tried to grab you and you timed that perfectly, it CC'd them instead, that'd be cool. Oh, the scars on block is really cool, yeah. I think that's a cool way to add something really strong to a class that also doesn't affect their 1v1. Because, right, like if you're 1v1ing somebody and you catch them, it's not like you can use scars twice in a combo because they got to be on the ground. The charging thrust change probably benefited Suck Warrior tremendously too. Honestly, though, with the way that they've designed Seraph's movement, I think they should also take a couple seconds off of charging thrust and frenzied charge. Give warriors some more movement. I'd rather them nerf Seraph's movement than buff warriors. That's fair. Maybe not even nerf it, but just put more stamina management into it. Make it so the first dash is still cheap, but the second and third dash gets more and more expensive. It's crazy how many protected CCs that class has natively when you compare it to other classes. Actually, I wonder how many it has compared to like a Striker. Because Striker's a class that seems to have quite a bit of CCs too. If it has more than Striker, then it's definitely needs some removed. I don't know. It'll be interesting. This AOS season, I think everybody's saying it's going to be cooked because of Seraph. It does, at face value, feel like that class is going to be super fucking annoying in AOS. But maybe people are exaggerating. Maybe it won't be as bad as people think. Maybe it'll be worse. But I really hope Bobo's playing it, because Bobo's an exceptional player, and I really want to see... I want to see Bobo 1, 2, and 3 take the top 3 of the top 100. Then we'll know it's a serious problem. If he's like miles ahead like Calb was in, not the last... I mean, he was top last season, but the season before that. Wasn't he like fucking 300 points above everybody else? Bobo geared? Gear doesn't matter in Arena of Solaire. I'm sure he has reasonable gear. I mean, he's not me geared, but I'm sure he outgears probably most people in my chat. The one thing about Savior is like her combo damage is pretty unprotected for her to set up and get to the crushing descent into Boulder Crush or whatever it's called. So I feel like she's insane at peeling, but I think she'll be easy to peel as well. Man, that's fucked up. What is Hero play on? Is he playing Seraph? Last I saw him playing was Dosa. Suck Dosa. Okay. I mean, then you really know Seraph's busted. Hero plays one of those guys. There's certain players in the community when they flock to a class, you know that class is strong. Although to be fair to Hero play, I don't think I saw him on Deadeye, and Deadeye was definitely busted. Nor Awakened Sage, so maybe not. Maybe he's not as much as one of those guys. It's actually 4 p.m., okay? And no, it's fucking Saturday. What are you even asking? Yeah, maybe more of a melee class. And you know what? You're right. I don't know if I've ever seen Hero play on a range class. Like, he might have hopped on one once in a while to kind of fuck around, but nothing that he was on there for a while. I think you're right. I think he is a melee class enjoyer. I only see Hero play shit talk people that shit talk him too. I have no issues with Hero play. Normally he just kind of keeps to himself. Well, like with typing, right? I don't see him like shit talking people. I mean, even people who shit talk him, I typically don't see him typing much back. He just plays what he enjoys. My only issue is people who fought him, Chase, and they do it just so they can shit talk. It's because, okay, we get it, you're a loser. You gotta try to make sure you always maintain an edge so you can shit talk. But people who fought him, Chase, just because they like playing with strong, I mean, that's whatever. Right? And yeah, Hero play, he's a solid player. People like to dog on him because he's really geared, but, I mean, it's kind of a, they hate us because they ain't us type deal, right? He's definitely not a bad player. Anybody who says otherwise is just hating.
Nobody asked, but I just went outside in the snow. Chat feels snowy, man. Snow crunch ASMR.
Pitts? I swear to God you asked that earlier. Am I crazy? I swear we had this, like, not the exact same conversation, but a similar conversation, like when you first popped in here earlier. Yeah, you came in here, you said, how's the grind? Any drops? Are you aiming for purple? Nice. I literally told you the fucking 2.5 hours ago. The fuck? You came in here asking me if I collected the drops, and then I told you, no, I got a full drop, and you said nice. You fucking asked that a third time, I'ma ban your ass. I ain't dealing with that fucking Matrix bullshit. I don't want to feel like I'm having deja vu. You're making me feel schizo, that's right. So insensitive? I don't give a fuck, Dragor. Your disability is not my problem. That's your problem. And I'm sorry. I'm not gonna let you make it my problem. But we deal with yours every day, and you voluntarily come back. That's the difference. That's the difference. If I were you, I'd fuck off. We don't have many options at this point. What are you talking about? Mr. Biceptimus Prime is streaming right now. We never get to watch this man at this time. He's the best option there is in this category. And Norelio just went live too. Where'd you get that color? Why don't you come here and I'll fucking show you. Nah, I stay here. Pits. Can I ruin Bicep stream for you? What do you mean ruin it for me? No, please don't. You only watch angry Canadians? I'm not angry, I'm just passionate. I'm never angry. I'm mostly not angry. I'm only sometimes angry. He's running on 7 minutes of sleep? Did he even sleep? I mean, it's probably like 10 p.m. for him. He probably just stayed up. Tomorrow he's going to be running on 7 minutes of sleep for sure. Because it looks like he's planning on staying up for stream today. I'm going to be ending stream here. I'm going to probably finish off this hour. And then I'm going to raid you guys over to Biceptimus after. Yo, some people said Kratuga. What I'm hoping for is like Sawsons or Pirates. I think something media related though. I hope they do Pirate Island as a full PvP area with grinding that doesn't require high gear score or high monster damage, so you can grind there in a PvP setup. And then I hope Sawsons is just a 5-man grind for people who enjoyed 5-man grinding. Five guys grinding? God, got you all excited, didn't we, Ruse? Silver has weight in the zone and you have to use wagons? Holy, you really hate people, don't you? You guys said all-in-one preset would fix the issue, so they thought they solved it? No. When you say you guys, you better not be talking about me. I always advocated for another button here, like your life skilling tab, but another one for you to set up your PvP stuff. And then you are always ready for both PvE and PvP, because depending on the monster or the player being hit or hitting them, it would use the corresponding set of gear. That's what would have fixed the problem for me. Now, the all-in-one preset is good for swapping multiple things at once, but for like an open-world PvP perspective, it does very little. I still don't think this is useless, though. I think this is useful. I use it every day, multiple times a day. It's definitely not useless. It just doesn't solve the problem that I was made me advocating for. You can have both things, Tasty Kate. It's not one or the other, you dumb shit. Why don't you go back to fucking jerking off to AI videos instead of yapping nonsense around here? I'm not angry, you're angry. That's some passion right there. The most unhinged ones yet. Oh no. Pits? Whoa. What are you, a baby? Gag, 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 gag. Man can't even hit H. He went from laughing to being a baby. Goo 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 goo. I'm grinding. I hope you're at Zephyros and you type and you die. I actually haven't touched the all-in-one preset thing. Yeah, but you don't touch much in this game, Dragor, remember? You just chase meta. Your
Ooh, Bond, let's go.
Your whole goal in BDO is to just make sure you're always beating dukes. It's so convoluted for no reason. What do you mean? I mean, you have your different setups, right? You have it separated into anything that has a specific group, and you just make sure you pick the tab you want and pick all the sections you want, and then you hit apply, right? I don't think it's convoluted. Like any one of these, you can just press this button to open it up, right? Goal fucking achieved? Fuck you, you dumb bitch. By you saying goal achieved means you admit that I'm right and you're a big fat loser. I mean, you can do that. You can do that. That's quite literally what I do with mine. Look at that. I even have one labeled just PvP. Grinding, bosses, cap, Czar. Although my Czar one is the same as the PvP one. Remember blue and shiny? It's fucking big and shiny, dumbass. What do you mean blue and shiny? Yeah, I remember him. You gotta do it all through that menu, though? No? What do you mean, you gotta do it all through that menu? You just do this, right? Like your PvP setup. You pick which one you want to set, right? You can change the name of that setup. And then you're just like, okay, this is the add-ons I want to use. These are the consumables I want to use. This is the pet group I want to use. These are the artifacts. These are the crystals. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. In terms of open world, though, it doesn't really serve the purpose of helping you be able to defend yourself while grinding, because, you know, you still have to deal with a 5-second cast just to change, like, add-ons or crystals, right? But you know what's cool? Is if you actually don't include add-ons or crystals, which, I mean, it's kind of hard with crystals, it swaps instantly. If I'm grinding a spot where I don't need to grind in a PvE setup, I just hit escape, 1-1, apply, and it was just boom, it would instantly swap everything. Like, I wish Darkseekers would become banging again, and I could just do that, because you could swap so fast. If it doesn't include skills. Add-ons and crystals, your swap. And luckily, Awakened Sage can have pretty good overlap between its PvE and PvP setup in terms of add-ons. No, I just sell them pits. I'm not interested in, like, gambling. I mean, it's probably something I maybe should do with some of my stacks. I got so many, stacks there. Like, I got 402 50 stacks. What's my chance at hitting Pry on a 402 stack? Probably 90%. Probably overstacking at that point. $539 30 stacks. Yeah, I know the cap is 90%. That's why I said 90%. I just can't remember the stack you need to be at 90%. Probably at 90% with the 140. Maybe even the 30. Is it a 60 to be at 90? Yeah, I don't know then. I'm waiting for the day they let us devour smaller stacks into our bigger stacks. I'm gonna keep letting those pile up until then. Yeah. My thought on the crystal change? I'm done talking about it, to be honest. It's getting tiring answering that same question every 30 minutes to an hour. I'm too lazy to make a video about it. Literally my job? No, it isn't. You think I treat this like a job? I'm fucking chilling. Make sure you use code Zethiann. You'll donate me to $100 if you answer him? No, you won't. I ain't getting baited by that. I've seen enough Neptune streams to know that that shit don't mean nothing. You put the money in my pocket first. People keep selling Carrick boat gear, but not the stuff I fucking need. Sell the one I want. Oh, there's 4 fucking orders now. Oh my goodness. Here's a TLDR on the crystal change. Hybrids got fucked. Full DP stackers got hit a little bit. You don't speak English? Here, let me tell you in sign language. Hopefully you speak that. Zero times, Nix. You only get the 3 build drop from the rare boss, and he's quite rare. What's up, babe? I would, yeah. Did you get the pies in yet? Oh. Yeah, I'll come up in a minute. I'm gonna be coming up in a minute. No rare drops today, no rare boss. Okay, chat. I think we're gonna call it here. The hell? Let's see. I haven't even looked at my foods in a while. I have this one. Oh, that's a processing one. I'm gonna need some of that later. It's a shame there's almost no situations where you'd want to use these, because you just have so much drop rate all the time now. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna head out. Thank you for watching today. I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Biceptimus. I never get to raid him. Looks like he's gonna be streaming Siege tonight. But thank you all for hanging out. Make sure you go say hi. And we'll see you all later. Hell yeah, music's been good. When is it not good? The fuck?